Thursday night, southwest winds around 5 knots. Waves 1 foot or less. A chance of showers and thunderstorms until midnight. Friday, west winds 5 to 10 knots. Waves 1 foot or less. A chance of showers and thunderstorms in the afternoon. Friday night, west winds around 5 knots. Waves 1 foot or less. Saturday, northwest winds around 5 knots. Waves 1 foot or less. A chance of showers and thunderstorms in the afternoon. Saturday night, northeast winds around 5 knots. Waves 1 foot or less. Winds and seas higher and near thunderstorms. What flooding caused by excessive rainfall is occurring? Where? Portions of southern New Jersey, including the following counties: Burlington, Camden, and Gloucester, and southeast Pennsylvania, including the following counties: Delaware, Montgomery, and Philadelphia. When? Until 6:15 p.m. Impacts: flooding of rivers, creeks, streams, and other low-lying and flood-prone locations is imminent or occurring. Expect many areas of slow-moving or standing water. Additional details: at 2:15 p.m., emergency management reported flooding in the warned area. Flooding is already occurring. Between 2 and 5 inches of rain have fallen. Flooding impacts will continue, but no additional rainfall is expected. Some locations that may experience flooding include Philadelphia, Camden, Gloucester City, Cherry Hill, Belmore, Yeton, Palmyra, Magnolia, Westville, Narberth, East Lansdowne, and Brook Lawn.
Hello.
www.weather.gov/safety/flood turnaround. Don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most flood
Hello
hazard
out there.
current vehicles. The current time is 5:16 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. The following river state data is for recreational use only. For the skill
So we're looking
river
at
in
some
Morristown,
you know,
the forecast date
we're
is
looking at
7 a.m. Tuesday. For the Schuylkill
some
River in
storms
Philadelphia,
here on the
they found
East
states were missing
Coast.
at 7 a.m. Monday. The forecast date
We're
is
looking
missing
at
at 7
some
a.m.
storms
Tuesday.
here on the East Coast. And as you guys know, I watched the CPM level. That is the level at which we measure radiation in the atmosphere and in your surrounding atmosphere. So CPM, a CPM of like between 9 and 10, which is what I'm looking at right now, that's pretty low. Acceptable CPM levels are between 5 and 50, I believe. Yes, 5 and 50. So that's pretty normal. And if anything, this is pretty low. I do see it jump up into the 20s sometimes, but I don't really ever see it go past there. Talking a bit about these storms. Wow, there's a lot on the east side here. Look at all this. There's a lot. And there's some stuff heading toward Washington, for sure. Something heading in Washington, for sure. We got something heading into Greensboro, North Carolina. There's stuff hitting Nashville right now, Tennessee. Looks like we got some storms in Orlando. A little bit in Tampa area. But like all of this is like middle of the state here right now, so but yeah, Orlando is definitely getting hit. So between Orlando and Palm Bay there. So east side, southeast side of Orlando there. So Norfolk, Virginia is getting hit with something. That actually looks a little bit more severe than some of them we're seeing over there in the Virginia Beach area. Oh wow, look at Dover, Delaware. That's getting hit. Wow, look at this giant storm just randomly out to sea. See that can be not a good thing, because what you can get with that is you can get winds that come in and push it right back in, and it gains strength. I don't know that this is gonna happen, but a big storm like that heading out to sea, that's not usually what you get is something that comes down here and it's going to push it back down this way, and it's just going to gain strength. And that's how you get a hurricane or something like that. But you know pretty seasonal stuff. Oh man. Okay, so we're going to talk a little bit about what you see there happening with the meddling. If we're supposed to get trending, they keep it at 7 concurrence or whatever it's at. You guys have seen this, and just as they've been kind of sitting here meddling around in our lives, fucking around with people and stuff like that. So I've obviously gotten this figured out, and a lot of people are going to get sued. I mean, this is terrible what they're actually doing. But basically the police are covering up the fact that they were fucking around with people's lives and buying our data illegally from Microsoft, from these companies. So basically, Microsoft sits here and fucks around with you, meddles around in your life, causes problems for your stream, this, that. They work with criminals at the FBI and at your local departments and stuff like that, and sell your data to them. The problem with that is, if police are buying it, well, I got news for you. They're just gonna sit here and literally screw with you just to get money from police departments, and then meddle in your life more when they're going to learn that, we need more data. We need more. And as we're sitting here and I'm seeing the likes go up, and we should get trending from this. Conveniently, the concurrence dropped down. We see a little bit of fluctuation on the signal strength there. But there, again, I've already stated the fact that we're going to sue. And, it's blatantly obvious that just basically a bunch of cops are sitting here watching the stream, and they know that they've been caught red-handed doing some of the highest level of crimes that you can possibly commit, and they're cops. So this is why I've had evidence of sabotage at my home. I've had evidence of sabotage with people's data, with addresses being plugged in incorrectly, where somebody else is getting in there and randomly entering an address and then getting mail routed to a different address, and then getting everybody to think I don't live here, but I live somewhere else at a different address behind the scenes and stuff like that. Interesting, isn't it? And then trying to get me to react to this, or, leak this, or, just again, the point is, this is what's going on. And, it's not surprising. It's not, because this is how the data breach happened in the first place, was a sheriff down in Florida. Yeah, a sheriff down in Florida. That's how the data breaches happened. Because this asshole wanted to look into your data And he leaked everybody's social security numbers to the dark web. Like, basically, because he was irresponsible with data, hackers are now just they followed that trail, leaked it. And so, like, this is the point. This is what you have to realize. That's a really, really, really bad summary of that. But really, the main facts of what you have to realize about that is that a cop was looking past and beyond what he should and going around checks and balances to again spread data out that he should not have been spreading or using, and because of that everybody's social security number got leaked. It's literally just a sheriff. So I realize you guys, you've seen these assholes act a certain way. I'm out on the road. They're not doing their jobs, but they randomly show up behind me, flooring it to catch up to me for blatantly no reason, and then not pull a car over that you guys can see right on my GPS, my dash cam, that this person is swerving around all over the place, and they don't pull that person over. But they're real interested in going illegally fast down the road to catch up to me, to not pull me over for anything. And then not pull the other person over that's fluctuating speed, swerving around all over the place. Okay? So this is the point. The point is that I'm showing you in real time that no cops are out patrolling in this area. Their stations are shut down, just like YouTube. They're literally not enforcing the law at all. They're sitting here just spying on everybody's house. Everybody. Everybody. Literally, that's why. And that's why they're just sitting at home. That's why they're not doing anything. I swear to God, in this area, that's what they're doing. And I'm sure they're going to use the justification that, it's because the Amish and stuff like that. Well, if that's the case, then you need to fix the roads and start doing different things to the roads, because that's your justification for that. You fuck up my car every day I drive down the road in this area, and I have endless repairs and shit that I can't do, because I immediately have to make sure, if I want to drive around this area, I'm just going to fuck up my car driving around. It's just going to get fucked up. So I got to make sure, I got to be able to take care of that. And the point is, because this area doesn't fund things properly. That's the point. They don't even have police. Yeah, my township doesn't even have police. Nope, that's part of the problem. And so we're supposed to go on by state, but the point is, and then the idiots that like kind of don't know how things work, they don't get that if a bunch of cops show up arresting somebody and stuff like that, okay, I get, yes, they are outside their jurisdiction, but the point is they can do that because that department was investigating that warrant. That's why they are able to serve that. That's literally why. And so like people don't get that. They don't understand like policies and stuff like that. That's just a policy thing. It doesn't make it legal. So like, again, a lawyer can come in and just fucking sue. Where like they literally don't have any legal jurisdiction to fucking be doing that shit. They should have handed, if they thought that something was going on, handed over the state police and had them do it. So the question is, why? Well, because they wanted to make a bunch of fucking money stealing people's data and spying on them. And fucking, just stealing a bunch of shit at the end of the day. That's what they're trying to do. At the end of the day, they just want to steal a bunch of shit. How many times do you see a cop in modern day, I just saw one recently where somebody that was like hunting or something like that. This cop like arrested him and stuff like that just to steal his truck. Like, dude, the cop literally stole his truck. That's what he did. He arrested him. He had no reason, lawful reason to arrest him, but he arrested him and just stole his truck. Like, really? So, like, here's my point. If the current administration is running the FBI, why are they so stupid? Why aren't they doing things like that? Because that's what the FBI should be doing in internal affairs. When internal affairs isn't doing shit, what's the FBI doing then? Because internal affairs is a bunch of cops that are supposed to investigate these things. Like when something happens. And the reason they don't deal with the public, now here's the deal. I'm going to defend them on this, okay? I will defend this. The reason they don't deal with the public is exactly what's going on here. You could be a scammer trying to scam them, and now they've learned your they've learned your identity. It's not a good thing. That's why they don't deal with the public. So when you submit a complaint about internal affairs, don't bitch that you don't get to speak directly to this person or something. You're going to sound like a scammer. Okay? So, this is the point. A lot of people do this shit, and they're just trying to get people in trouble. And I've sort of gotten to the point where my whole life I have dealt with this too and didn't realize it. Didn't realize how bad it was. And so, like, if you're a nice person or something like that, you really could actually have at any given time X amount of people around you that surround themselves with you just because they can milk you for everything that you're worth. It doesn't matter if it's not like monetary stuff. If you're intelligent, especially if you're intelligent, because that goes everywhere. So, like, if like if somebody's always like taking your ideas or like it's the sort of thing where, like, you just recognize that people have always done this to you, and at a certain point in your life you start obviously picking up on the fact that people around you start acting really weird. Well, pick up on that, where they're doing that as a tell, giving themselves away, because they're recognizing that other people are now doing that around you too, and they're trying to show up. They're trying to scam that scam. Like essentially, like, join in, or like it's cool or something. Like, it's terrible, but it's true. And so, again, when you deal with these things, where you have some, like, again, people doing this, and you need to be able to report it and stuff like that. You need to be able to have that separation and stuff like that, because obviously you can't be having, like I said earlier, people coming up and screwing around with it, and because they're just gonna they're gonna scam it. They're gonna try to take advantage of that, and that's what you have to realize. So, it really is amazing how long somebody can go without recognizing that everybody around them is taking advantage of them. I want to remind you guys that not everything's money. Okay, I want to remind you guys that like, somebody can be taken advantage of endlessly for their ability to create or essentially be creative, be um good at things. Somebody can be an artist, somebody can be artistically inclined, like be good at drawing, but then not have any ideas. Not know what to draw. There's actually a lot of people, and I didn't realize that. Um, so it's important. It's important to remember these things. It's important to remember that um, these bad actors are everywhere. It's this generation of people, and it's not even one. It's getting worse. It's because you know of the impact, I think, of that other generation on their presence possibly on the internet, and intentionally targeting, sort of like they always did, but now they have the internet. And so, like, it's more about, how can you do this, how can they do this, and sort of hide what they're doing, I mean, like, a scammer's a scammer at the end of the day, I mean, like, does what you're doing give back? Like, I mean, like, is what you're doing, constructive, giving back? Like, that's kind of how I guess I look at it in a way. With well, really anything. I've tried to approach this, and the more I approach it like this, the more these people come out of nowhere and act like scammers around me, right? The more I approach things like this, the more it's just notice that. That's for a reason. They don't want you to figure out that that's it. That's how you identify them as not content creators or not artists of any kind, really. Just people that don't really know what the hell they're doing. They just want to endlessly kind of steal from other people and stuff like that. Like in life too, not even just art, but like anything. Anything, identity, anything. So yeah, I mean, you just this is you just have to realize that, like with like with maybe I won't go that route. Like with I'm trying to give an analogy here. I was gonna give it. I had an analogy ready, and I was like, no, no, not the route to go with that. Um, I'll get one. I'll get one for you if you like analogies. But we don't. You shouldn't need one for this. That there's plenty of people going around jumping all over everybody else's thunder. So you shouldn't really need one, and I shouldn't have to explain it. You shouldn't have to explain it. Um, I've seen lots of other people deal with this, so that's why I also talk about this. It's not just me. I definitely see a large, portion of people. From my perspective, a large portion of people that deal with this, on the internet, um, but off of it too. Not making this an internet necessarily thing, but now that that connects everybody, that's the social engineering catalyst, where this is that person being awkward in social situations, so they sort of always have just manipulated everything around them. So like um if you are a professional in a certain field, right? And and somebody, like your sibling or something like that, that has is obviously believed to know you, sort of meet some of your professional friends and stuff like that, people you might work with and stuff. And this is, you have a skill, you have a business or something, and then these people have sort of a high opinion of you, and that's why they're talking to the sibling or whatever about you and stuff like that. And then this sibling, instead of speaking highly about you, then becomes jealous and lashes out and makes up this entire story. um I mean, about how they're better than you. They're actually just better than you at that skill that you have a business for and you're a professional for, because they have to be better. And it's because their dad was a samurai in Japan and taught you everything he knew. Like, just that obviously delusional. I mean, come on. The person has a problem. This person's not a normal functioning adult. This person has a problem, and they learned it from somewhere. You know what I mean? Like, this has been going on, and it's never been addressed. Where there was always one person that did hold everything together, because they were always the constant. They were always there, but everybody would steal from this person because that person learned how to life. And then the one person that didn't want any part of it, they sort of were just like, yeah, I'm out of here. So it's important to remember that um a bunch of assholes that sort of just do stuff without actually asking and speaking with the person that they're manipulating and doing the stuff around, and all that, you're not going to know anything about that subject. You're just doing a bunch of stuff because, a bunch of fucking people that have always scammed this person are going to continue scamming this fucking person. I mean, while pretty much everybody you ask that isn't around that person just all the time, that's not a scammer, pretty much everybody that's been around them, that taught them something, or worked with them or something like that, suddenly there's a different story. Until you dig deep enough and you just find somebody that doesn't like the person. Oh, there you go, guys. That's what they want to do. So that's why they want your data. Like that's going to be anybody. There's going to literally be anybody. Okay, sell me some data. I'm gonna start investigating some cops around here. How about that fat fuck that's the chief of police at that station that's doing all this and getting away with all of it because he's not on active duty and he wants to do nothing all day? Let's investigate him, how he got chief of police, what he did to get there, what illegal shit he did to get there, and why he's a fat fuck that's not doing his rounds anymore. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like that's the point. Is like uh you're gonna find somebody that doesn't like the person. You're gonna it's so completely biased. You're obviously gonna sit here and find somebody who doesn't like the person. So why would you do it? What people say at any given time is not proof of or evidence of anything. And they know this. This is why, and specifically the thing where this person's doxing somebody's name and you guys know very little about it. Conveniently, this is the scammer. He's stealing this person's data. You know that? Where I pointed out he used conveniently had a Steam account in this person's name. Yeah, like it's all about again, it literally they're doing this to that person. And now that anybody that gets to the bottom of it, obviously, they're gonna start attacking that person too. And so like again, this is something where they dug into something where somebody else dismissed it way back as exactly what I said, where a bunch of again, all three of them just literally just sat there and made up some or I think it was actually just the two of them made some shit up. And literally owned up to the fact that they made it up like way after the fact. Well, not way after the fact, like right after the fact. And this was way in the past. And then they just found this. They dug deep enough. They just found this thing that looked a certain way and went, "Well, these people said this shit. So it must be true." And then so that's what the judge did. The judge just ordered an arrest warrant. The jury it literally didn't look at anything. They just looked at the charge and went, "Oh my god! Oh my ah!" And then so like all these cops lied and said, like, what did they? We had porn hanging in the house or something like that. Nobody has porn. Who the fuck hangs porn in their house? Who would do that? And then so people are harassing me and trying to get me to show the inside of my house. They're like, "Look, see, you won't show it. He won't." Yeah, because I don't want scammers to know what's inside my fucking house, you retards. Like, what are you, dumb? What do you think, I'm not gonna figure this out? What are you, stupid? Are you 5 years old? Yeah, people have been fucking with me my whole life. It's called my dad and my brother. Yeah. Okay? So I'm gonna see it a mile away. Okay? Yeah, they're if anything, my brother is probably the one that did something. Because he's the fucking weirdo that hides shit. Okay? Um Porn? That's not illegal. There's nothing illegal about porn. Distributing it? Yes. Uh-huh. So that's what we're talking about, guys. Yeah. Stuff that out of context looks a certain way. Data. That's what we're talking about. Um, and this is what they did. And like I said, they had a guy, they didn't even tell me, they didn't even talk to me in any normal way. They had a random guy here show up one morning and just asking me, I'm like thinking to myself, who the fuck? You know, like Imagine that. And then like all he does, like again, they're adopted, right? So like one of the first things he asks me, I don't even know why he's here. He doesn't say, I'm investigating a sexually related molestation charge against your father. He doesn't say that. He literally just starts asking me very awkward, sexual, strange questions. It sounds sexual. And I'm like, it's like 7 o'clock in the morning or something like that. I just took a shower. I'm like out on the porch. Unmarked car, bald motherfucker, says anything rational whatsoever. And then again, when I clearly just don't want to answer the questions and he presses more and I'm irritated at this point, and I've stated, look, you just strict what I just told you because basically fuck you. I don't want, because you're already pressing this. He literally again, I told you, he angrily turns the other way and could have done this over the phone. Done what over the phone? The part where you're tricking me? Where it's entrapment? You know that's illegal when you're a cop, right? Did you know that? The part where it's entrapment. Did you know that, right? That's what you're trying. You actually asked me if I wanted to go off site somewhere too? What the fuck? Again, he didn't say any of this. He literally just shows up and he goes, we're talking about how the police randomly arrested my dad and threw him in jail for something that some people lied and said that somebody did, not him. There was no proof. In fact, they went to the doctor and they had a doctor appointment, a physical, and the doctor's like, yeah, there's no evidence of any of this. But there's proof, guys, because some people said some shit. So we're gonna throw a guy in jail forever. This is what we're talking about. And this is why you guys see my bit rate flying around all over the place, because again, this Russian scammer, he just thinks it's so funny that I have to tell everybody this shit. I have to tell everybody all the embarrassing stuff. So he's just working on that. Yeah, it's dumb. Nobody would want to talk about that. It's called defamation. So this is literally everything is flagging the system and he's doing it. And again, no actual evidence. And like I said, when the cop showed up that one day, he didn't say that. He didn't say, I'm here investigating this. He just showed up and I'm assuming he's a cop. I'm just assuming. Yeah, because he was really, really short with me. And this fucking faggot, literally all he did was like, what can you tell me about when your sisters first came here? One of the first things he says. Doesn't tell me why he's at, what the questions are about. There's no precursor of, absolutely nobody has told me anything still. I still have no fucking clue anything. Nobody has told me a goddamn thing. My mom lies. My dad won't say anything. He will refuse to say anything. And again, I cannot. The other side of they don't know a damn thing. And again, all they're doing is just manipulating and lying and shit like that. That's what they've always done. So, like I said, the one day my brother, I had to flip out on him because when I literally had somebody was here and I trusted him to know that this is my space. We all have our separate rooms. It's like, that's what we do. We've lived together forever. Just like I wouldn't randomly open his room when his wife is in there. Okay, he knows that I have a girlfriend in here. Why would he just come in? This is when everybody started acting really weird. So I don't know what the fuck he went around telling everybody. But what he did was when my girlfriend was here by herself and I was working, he came in all willy-nilly, just walked in and was apparently in here. Oh, I think what he was doing was he was jerking off. She caught him because she was like sleeping. She probably woke up and caught him. And then he like was pretending like he was using the fridge or something like that. He made up some story about how my fridge makes drinks colder than his does. So, you know, he really needed to get a drink from my fridge or something. Like it was always that. Just like when shit would go missing from my room and I would flip out and I didn't know who was doing it. And I always worked for my shit and had a job. And quite frankly, for like 10 fucking years, that asshole sat here and did nothing. So, you know, when forever I was nice and giving and I had to fucking work my way for my shit, I don't want to hear it, man. So the point is, what you have to realize is that in the modern day, when there's social engineering, your own family will actually be socially engineered, manipulated to turn into scammers because they already have this naturally sort of scammy personality and they air it out in comments on Facebook and stuff like that. And the scammers elsewhere, they just figure it out. Like again, Russia and stuff like that. I've already pointed out that they're kind of following this guy around and what he's doing and meddling around in that. And it's all social engineering. And again, just like you know, like again, if they weren't sitting here trying to lie and manipulate all this shit, why doesn't everybody know clearly what happened? Why doesn't everybody have the same story? It's like the most basic fucking thing that you get in an investigation. Why is everyone's story different? Do you know why? Because the police are working with the side that left this address, and they are the ones that put their address on everything. They're slowly putting their address on things of like my mom's and I swear to God, mine. I found my cell phone under my brother's address. He does not have a cell phone on our and then the one in the same AT&T that's fucking with my phones has a permanent connection that I told you even works when I have the thing in a Faraday bag. Yep, I swear to God, the highest rated Faraday bag. I got one. I put my phone in it and I could still fucking call it. It wasn't open. It wasn't, swear to God, we did it right on stream and I proved it. I put a little fucking camera in there and I showed you. Why was I able to do that? Why was I able to do that? Why can I load my entire Facebook timeline, my Google messages, my text messages, my email, all of that while my mobile is disconnected? Why am I forever connected to my cell phone towers? I turn it off on everything. I mean, I look for any other, so I go through all those settings. I mean, Jesus motherfucking Christ, it's as simple as mobile data, pushing the button. But, you know, There's another one somewhere in the settings. So endlessly, these scammers use this fucking trolling goddamn nature on this piece of shit platform. They use this as an excuse to not do anything about it. Oh, it's just the other. So it's not. Yeah, you don't think that I didn't fucking look for every setting in the phone? It literally is permanently connected. Permanently. And again, the point is, it's not everything. Clearly, clearly it's not. Clearly, I can't do everything with it. It's clearly just a direct fucking connection through a cloned fucking device. It is a virtual device on Google's side of things. It's all the Google shit. Period, man. So why is this? Why are these fucking assholes that call themselves cops selling your data? Why can't they post what he really did? Because nobody's protecting anybody. These women are literally like probably almost in their 30s now, right? I don't even know. They have always scammed people and lied. One of them had my phone number as they literally took it. I don't even know how they got my number because they don't know it. They took my phone number and literally gave it to somebody as a reference without my permission. That is incredibly, you can't do that. That's fraud. That is fucking fraud. That gets my reputation. Some shit happens to me because you put me as a reference. I did not authorize that. You can go to hell. And not only that, like, again, my brother didn't even get a fucking driver's license. You're listening to that guy? I've literally always had a driver's license. Do I have a record? Nope. 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 Do I even have a goddamn... Go ahead. You have my permission. I don't even have a single fucking ticket. I don't care. Run it. I don't have a single thing. That's what this is all about. They do. I don't. And so they're trying to get this to happen. They're trying to manipulate police the same way they did against black people fucking 15 years ago when people were too stupid to see it. Yeah, post 9/11. What did you think happened? When you're all distracted with 9/11, these racists in Israel and all these other countries that are screwing around with the United States are getting you to hate black people. And Spanish people, which is probably why Donald Trump does, is a fucking retard. And meanwhile, you got shit like this going on. Where my entire family is being taken advantage of. And still I find examples of like, why would you... They actually tried to change a certain financial institution. They actually changed the address. What are you trying to do? What are you trying to do there? Trying to steal a bunch of money? So I was alerted that of a few other things that are going on too. But this scammer is like gaining access to things and then requesting them and sending them to that address so they can get them. That's what they're doing. They're literally just stealing mail because those people are so stupid. Their mail can get stolen. Not me, but them, because they're dumb. That's why. It's got nothing to do with me. It's literally them. They are fucking stupid. And somebody's stealing their mail. And so all they had to do was put their address on a whole bunch of shit of ours, and they could endlessly steal our mail. It's literally a mail scam. And it's some of the highest fraud. It is. It's some of the highest fraud. Stealing mail? Oh my God. Yeah. It'd be one thing if it's just addressed wrong, like somebody doesn't live here anymore and they literally had the address there and it just, that's different. You didn't steal that. It just was sent here by mistake. But if you did something to change the address and you're intentionally getting it sent there, well, now you did that on purpose and there's evidence of it. And there's evidence of it. So the point is that how many of you have had somebody move out or something like that and they do something where they pretend like they filled out the form wrong? Like all your mail now suddenly gets sent somewhere and they filled out the form. How do you fill it out wrong? No, you're a scammer. You steal, lie, cheat, and you're helping these black people do it too. I'm just identifying them as black because that's the only identifier I want to give. I'm trying not to give too much, The point is to identify the racial tension. They're using that. And it works. It's so stupid. You should be able to just call them black and nobody sits here and goes, "You're racist." Go fuck yourself. All right? Shut the fuck up. I'll say whatever the fuck I want. It does not implicitly mean somebody's a racist to identify somebody as black. Stop this. We've already talked about this, you retards. You have to get over this shit. You can identify somebody as black. You can do this. It's called an identifier. So stop fucking doing it. The point is, when you do something like, you call it a black celebrity or something like that, you have them for an interview and you don't have normal fucking questions for them. You got the black person questions for them. How does it feel to have an entire month named, after black people or something stupid ass shit like that? Really? That's the question you have for me? Not about the movie that one. Huh. Yeah, that's some racist fucking shit. You thought about it, you wrote it there, you didn't see anything wrong with it. No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about just, again, this is the identifier that I'm using to identify them as black because, again, they are using racial tensions to fuck with all of you. You think it's just racist to be like, oh, that's a black person. No, it isn't. Shut up. You're stupid. So anyway, the point is, exactly that. I just went through it. I don't even have to go through it again. That's the fucking point. It's that, man. It's that. I don't even have to go through it again, man. It's right there. They're using that. And there are so many things that people have. You have a family member that moved out and filled out the form wrong. Oh, give me a fucking break. This doesn't. Give me a fucking break. No, that's your excuse. My cell phone company shouldn't have my address wrong. A financial institution shouldn't have your address wrong. What the fuck? Somebody did that. Remember, I told you AT&T even sort of admitted that, like, my number was, like, separated. They're trying to make it look like there's, like, a separation. Yeah. Full-on sabotage. And just literally out of talking to them and you just record a conversation. You could listen to it all you want. Literally just through that conversation, through AT&T, through their call system, they basically just admitted, yeah, like your number like was somehow separated here. It was really weird. Like they admitted that. Like it looked really weird. It didn't make any sense. There should be no reason why my address was different than, it's the same thing it's always been. So your address getting changed to the post office because somebody filled out the form wrong, then suddenly change your fucking address at AT&T. That's not how that's not how it works. And I swear to God, one of the people I was talking to on the phone with that hung up on me, again, they didn't have any connection issues. They hung up. They tried to tell me that. They're like, oh yeah, maybe it was that. Maybe it was I've heard of that. Oh, so you're so dumb. These scams happen all the time. There's people in your company doing them. Oh, I see. I see. So people got fired for that. I see. Okay. Yeah. And they don't like me too much because they had to fire some people. But that's their problem. They're the ones that are sitting there as scammers in their organization. You see what I'm saying? All they're doing is recognizing that person didn't recognize some scam. You know what I mean? Like a customer is identifying their address is wrong, and you don't escalate that and like, holy shit, his number was separated too. Somebody changed the security code. The security code was different. Yeah, yeah. The security code was different. Yeah. Yeah. Somebody had changed that. That's not good. It's not good. Somebody was in there like making them think. I don't know. I was a scammer, I guess. That would be the assumption. Here, I'm right here. This address. What the hell? So I think that's what he's doing to YouTube too, but YouTube knows, like they know already. Like they've been since known. They're just doubling down like Trump does. Where they could possibly be wrong. That's what you have to realize. That's why this behavior is terrible. I know, fucking confetti, I know. As soon as I said that, confetti. Imagine that. It's kind of amazing. It's kind of amazing. Just how much unchecked absurdity people can get away with when they're given a badge. I mean, truthfully, I've talked about this before, but some of you guys have to realize as cops, they don't have to actually really go through much. It's like a certification. It's like a 9-month program. I don't even know that it's that long. It's usually a crash course. If they have experience, they're like, it's fine. You're like soldiers, they're right in there. That's not good. A soldier's not law enforcement. He shoots first, asks questions later. If they're front line, it depends on what they experienced. Depends on what they experienced, actually. A soldier during peacetime? Well, maybe. Actually, maybe. A soldier in Afghanistan? Fuck no. Hell no. He's gonna be like, what the fuck was that? What the fuck? You're laying it down! Oh my... Guys, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It was an acorn. False alarm. Guys, I'm really sorry. It was my bad. False alarm. It was just an acorn. I know I unloaded my entire clip into the back of my cruiser with somebody handcuffed in there, and I could have killed them. But, you know, I mean, acorns, they sound exactly like gunfire, so... No, you know what sounds like gunfire? You know what sounds like gunfire? Fireworks. That's what gunfire sounds like. This doesn't sound like an acorn. No, it does. It sounds like fireworks. Like the boom. Like the boom. That's what it sounds like. Sometimes. And then the pop. The pop sounds more like a handgun. The boom is like a rifle. No, truthfully. You get a huge 50 caliber or above. That's what they sound like. Just boom. And you can't, you know, that's why they gotta lay down. You can't run and shoot with a rifle like that. So, I know I've talked about this before, but we're gonna talk a little bit about something else. Before we talk about that, though, let's talk a little bit about. Before we talk about something else, let's talk about something else. Let's talk about some fires. So, we got a lot of fires here. We have a lot of fires here, and China has a lot, as you can see. They have a lot of fires. Okay. We have a lot. Right there. And I know we sort of briefly showed that before, but that's insane. Like that's a lot, man. In Africa. Just like in that spot. So I've talked about, how they're going to be more common on the equator, but it's also important to remember that the more a country doesn't have resources to handle the fire, the more the fire is going to happen and break out and get worse. So this is an example of all those countries being very concentrated near the equator. So that's why you get that in Central America and South America too, where they don't really have, they're not as fortunate as we are. Venezuela didn't happen to them as much. They were getting better until Trump. And I think that's why he did that. I think he is going to be responsible for making that country putting them through ruin again. When they were on their way up again. That's a shame. It really is. But you can really, because Brazil can handle it. The problem is Brazil's so big and they just have so much forest. It's going to happen. So you're going to see that in Brazil no matter what. But for it being as big as it is, you know, it could be worse, to be honest. I mean, look at this. It's really not that bad considering our heat wave situation. It's really not that bad. Um, so that's kind of impressive. Um, but I mean, I just what the hell? What the hell? That's insane. I mean, that's just unchecked. The planet's on fire. Nobody's doing anything about it. That's all that is. That is literally what that is. That is unchecked. The planet's on fire. Nobody's doing anything about it. It was always burning since the world's been turning. Yeah. Yeah. So do something about it. You know, like again, don't take that song and be an ass about it. Just take that song and realize, listen, don't blame necessarily humans, but we got to do something. And we can't endlessly build stuff that it contributes to it either, okay? So don't use that, don't propagandize a song that's just, cool. Okay? Please don't do that. I love Billy Joel, and we don't want to propagandize a song and use it in the sense where it's like hey, we're a bunch of retards that don't understand how things work, so let's endlessly use music to influence people. We don't want to do that. We want to use music for dancing and bobbing your head and getting along and using culture in a positive, again, positive. Okay, use it the other way. Don't propagandize that shit. It's not what it's for. And again, it's really just for you to enjoy. Okay, first, foremost. But a lot of times the artist is an artist at the end of the day. So, um, and it's important to remember that my views have nothing to do with the artist's views. And the fact that I have to say that should tell you just how many stupid fucking people in this world exist. The fact that I have to say that. You guys see, this is why they showed up for the last stream. The reason they showed up for the last stream is because they know that they've been spying on all my devices, and they know that the last time that I was out on the road, there was like 4 to 5 different illegal things that I recorded happening. So they're like waiting for me to talk about it, but I didn't talk about it. That's what happened the last stream. Yeah. And um so basically basically you guys know how my dash cam would always the point is it's standalone. It's not connected to anything. I never connected it. Sort of like how I don't connect my car. Okay? So after I said that on stream, just like all this other stuff, after I said this on stream, the very next time that I used that dash cam, again, it's not connected to anything. There's nothing. It's powered off. I don't have it powered on at all. It is unplugged. It cannot get power. But the very next time that I used this fucking thing, that clock worked and it was accurate and the time was accurate. How'd that happen? Oh, oh, that's right. You're following me around and you're using my actual vehicle's built-in GPS. So anytime I use that, but you have to use it because they found out that I'm onto them. So because the point is they've damaged my vehicle and they know it. The point is this is what they're doing. They're doing this and Russia is following the cops around and attacking you and damaging shit because cops are so irresponsible they don't understand that's the danger. The danger is that they're too dumb to be doing this. So like, all right, let me give you an example, okay? I've talked about Ryan Montgomery. The reason I mention his name and I say his name is because he is fine with people saying his name. He's done interviews. His YouTube channel is his name. Okay? I'm not doxing the guy. Shut the fuck up already. Can we just shut up already? Okay? I'm not doxing the guy, okay? I'm not going to do that. All right? If I was, if it was the sort of thing where I started that way and there wasn't something going on with me, I'd be fine with it too. But somebody's doing that. Something's going on here, okay? So we can't do that, okay? So the point is, this is one of the best hackers, period. He's very educational about things, just try to be informative and help out and stuff like that. So anyway, regardless, I'm just gonna give you an example, okay? Would you have to realize about what somebody like that does, somebody that's very skilled, somebody that's like him, before he goes in and does an interview, he's gonna sit there and he's gonna run so much shit. He's gonna pull up his laptop in his car and he's gonna hit the space bar and he's just gonna watch. He's gonna be like, what the fuck's that signal? Now, this is before an interview. He doesn't even enter the building. He hasn't told the person he's there. He's down the block, parked on the street. You don't like that. Go. Okay. Done. All right, we're good. Let's go. Let's do the interview. He's not going to go to even like, I'm not going to mention who, somebody's house without doing that. He's going to know every signal going in and out of that house because he's not a dummy. Do you think the little mom and pop police stations around here that all they do is they govern the Amish? We got another car on the side of the road because of a horseshoe nail. Oh darn it. Oh rats. No. They don't fucking know. They got no clue. These people around here, the last job that I had, they're making fun of this. I swear to God, they had a webcam like this on, and they had a laptop. Every pricing, everything they ever did, they had people logging in and out of it. They had an IT place that had administrative access at all times from another remote building on the same property. They're this dumb. Like all these security, I swear to God, and it's the same building as a bank. I swear, like literally, just these people around here, they're so dumb. And so, like the oldest router you could possibly imagine, and old Windows, all this shit was breaking all the time. And I swear to God, I had to. At first, I thought I could educate them. At first, I really did. I thought, maybe there's an education here. But the moment that even one of the young people started sort of joking with me about how somebody was watching, who do you think's watching you through the camera today? I knew I couldn't. They were never going to take it seriously. They were never not going to think this is a joke. They were always forever going to make fun of this. And That's what the cops are doing. They're so stupid. They actually think that these things can't happen or something like that. They really actually think that, I think. So, yeah, these same people would believe the thing that I'm about to talk about. And again, we have talked about this stuff before. It's a good segue, so we'll talk about it again. Um, but I really, 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 really want to drive this point home with this. I think this is really important to remember with this stuff. Okay. And where did this go? Why is this not up anymore? Why? Okay. I mean, I had it up. That's weird. All right. So as you guys know, we've talked about this before. Um, but it's important to remember that when we look at these sightings, so these are UFO sightings. It's important to remember that when we look at these UFO sightings, it's important to remember that first of all, this entire I appreciate the fact that we have the reporting center and people can do this, but what you have to realize about this is that um first of all, it claims to be a nonprofit, yet they collect all your data and have a data policy. So it's a .org that's nonprofit. Okay, this is what it's supposed to be. Okay. Secondly, wholly aside from talking about the weirdness of the business side of things, okay, where this is supposed to be a reporting center and it's a .org, yet there's a literally this entire thing where they have a copyright policy and stuff. Nothing about redistributing and stuff like that. I tried to read through it for that. Nothing. Literally the whole thing is we collect your data. So I'm like, okay, whatever. So the point is that what you have to realize with the UFO reporting center is with all these reports, and we did talk about this before, is this is the honor system. Yeah, it's not okay, the guys in the military that saw some stuff, that's more credible to me than a bunch of random fucking people, okay? We'll put it that way. That's more credible. The intel that they're talking about and trying to release and stuff like that, that I'm fine with. Okay? And son of a beach. I'm making food. Hold on. Right back. Sorry. Sorry about that. I actually kind of forgot I had something going. So I tried to grab it as quick as I could, but I mean, like, Steve. So I'll tell you what. Let's talk about this again, but you know, I mean, it's the sort of thing where the sightings that we see follow a pattern of, in my opinion, the more concentrated the people, the more sightings. Okay, same thing with crime rates. It's the same thing. Same thing with education, crime rates. The more concentrated the people, and you don't have resources enough for the people. So these people think they saw what they saw. So, look, we can go through some of these, but as far as what the stuff the guys are talking about from the military and all that, believe it or not, a lot of what they're talking about, it's got nothing to do with Area 51. Nothing to do with that. And it's got everything to do with Antarctica. Yeah, that's Antarctica. That ain't Area 51. That's a distraction. I mean, there might be a little bit of research or something going on there where they have like some of the crashes and stuff, but again, what you want to see isn't there. It's already coming out what's there, basically. What you want to see is Antarctica. And when you look at the reports, well, Antarctica and a spot in Yosemite. So when you look at the reports, there's sort of all this mysterious shit that happens to people that go snooping around Yosemite, which is, by the way, a national fucking park in the United States, and Antarctica. By the way, Yosemite is also a natural wonder, too. So there's a lot of reason for people to want to be curious about it. Well, I think it ain't all that natural. So I'm going to talk about some stuff. There were some pretty big reports of big in the sense that this comes from credible people that you'd want to listen to in history. that wouldn't really have any reason for lying or trying to, randomly misinform the public. Some of these like on the list, I can clear them up. Like, they're so stupid. This is what you got to realize. And like some of these, especially in the United States, where we look here, you'll click on it, and it'll be like, back in 1997, I was the only one that saw this, and look, though that I could believe, and then even like the witnesses and stuff, actually, it's the ones where like there's so much of this happening now around the misinformation coming out, and UAPs and all that coming out now, that here's my huge problem with this. Here's my really, really big problem with this, okay? They report that this happens for like 10 to 15 minutes at a time, and this person, you record everything. You're going to sit here and put a phone in a cop's face every second of every day. You're going to every restaurant, harassing employees and all that. And you're telling me that the one fucking time that you don't have your cell phone is conveniently when this black orb is floating in the fucking sky for 15 minutes and your battery's dead. Oh, bullshit. You're full of it, man. This is just the next generation, just like the last, where you're still gonna have your crazies that want to get, try to get fame off of, I got abducted or some dumb shit like that. Yeah, and I think they're gonna get interviewed, and like that's what they're doing. So, that's what so much of this is literally stupid shit like that. Where, and then I'll even see one where I'm like, oh great, wow, this is credible. This seems legit. Because the description says something like, I will include the screenshot with this report. And then it's not there. So that was the thing where the person, and I told you this was going to happen. I should have done it myself, but I didn't. There were all kinds of things that when Google Earth happened, governments around the world were very slow about blacking them out. And we saw a lot of shit. And I saw some shit, but didn't talk about it. Because I think that's what you should do. And so I saw some shit, as everybody else did. And then they blacked it or covered it up, just make it look like normal ground. By the way, the US, that's what they'll do. The US will just make it look like it's like the normal terrain. They'll just put a little thing. They're not going to black it out. They're not stupid. So again, if you're blacking it out, we know something's there. You're fucking retarded. So anyway, when the report I was reading from Antarctica said the person found a disc-shaped object, static, in Antarctica, took screenshots, I'm like, this sounds credible. Like, that sounds legit. And they had screenshots? Great. Oh, they're not there. Oh. That's the government. So I believe the person uploaded screenshots and wouldn't just say, here's some screenshots, but then didn't. I think they did. I think that the government went in and said, no. Oh, no, you don't. No, you don't. So, all right. Um, the whistleblower that came forward from the stuff. If we look at Antarctica, this is what I'm talking about. Um, it was this one right here. Oh, nope, that's 94. That's actually a different one. That's actually probably the stuff I'm talking about. Maybe it's this one. It's that one. It was that one. So that's the one where the guys saw some disc-shaped things on Google Earth uploaded. So here, if we go, yeah, it's right there. It is, and then there's no explanation. So they're at least not they're not trying to say that they explained it away, but there's no picture, including screenshots with this report. Yep, totally. Okay, so obviously they removed them. But like, you know, I mean, like, why would he type out including screenshots and then not? You know what I mean? Like, clearly went to the length of saying that. Usually somebody's gone. You know what I mean? Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't make any. It doesn't add up. So, it's sort of conclusive, I think, to kind of say this person probably had screenshots. Fully was like, holy shit, right here it is. Uploaded it. Government's like, whoa, whoa. And that's what the other reports said too. So the whistleblower back from I think it was the 90s. Basically, this guy was saying that it was a complete mistake. They weren't even supposed to be there. So something about how I think a flight had to go through. And normally you wouldn't, you know what I mean? Like you can't take flights. You really can't. Like it's pretty harsh and you know, like you really just can't. But I guess for some reason they could, and I guess like he had a flight or something like that. But as they're flying over this, um, as they were flying over this, um, basically what they saw was again some saucers, and they saw a gigantic hole in the ground. And that's pretty much it. But like the point was that like this was pretty crazy to them, and they were asking questions and stuff like that. And so I guess I don't know if it was like I don't remember who he said it was that told him this, but like, you know, the answer that he got was essentially just that all that they can say is that he basically, you know, he can assure them that, you know, they're aware of them, but all he can say, all we're aware of them, but they're not ours. That's all I can tell you. And so like the point is like there was like this sort of like undertone of like, yeah, we're aware of it, you know, but you know, it's not us. So so it's the sort of thing where like it's, you know, like the U.S. government is aware of it. And I'll be honest with you, we typically if we have technology, we flaunt it, we don't hide it. So if this was some sort of secret government thing or something like that, they're keeping it secret because it's not us. For sure. Oh yeah, you can count on that. That is 100. If it was us, we'd be bragging all the way to the moon. Pun fully intended. Yeah. So, with that example, you know, Manhattan Project, same thing. You know, you can bet that if yeah, there's probably a reason we're developing it, need it right away, or again, We're gonna brag. You'll know. You will know. I mean, for crying out loud, Trump can't sign an executive order for quantum computing without there's a press release, okay? Wait, you aren't, there's nothing anybody does not know about the United States anymore. Everybody, in fact, because Trump's done what he's done to us, I'll be, willing to bet that plenty of other countries around the world know lots more about us than we know about ourselves. You know, sort of like when Trump says, there's a lot of things that we do to you that you don't know about. I'll be willing to bet that was what he was referring to. And since we're talking about cybersecurity, you know, letting them attack us. Oh, gee, gosh, golly, darn, I'll bet that's what he meant. Unbelievable. Unbelievable, right? Unbelievable. We got all these UFO sightings. Look at this in Ireland. Look at that. What is that? And in the UK. Mostly in the UK, but there's a good bit in Ireland. Look at this. But the UK, look at that. So again, I want to reaffirm that I think that this is a good indicator. You know, again, they follow the pattern of the more people there are. Okay? Now, let's talk a little bit about the possibility. We got some in Greenland too. And understand Greenland is Greenland, that's our North Pole. Like that's the North Pole. Okay? That's what Greenland is, okay? That's what you call that. But you know, I mean, we can talk about this. We can talk about this from a theory standpoint. We can talk about this from a realistic standpoint. I just think that most of the reports that we see are completely absurd, are not real things, are some sort of psyop or MK Ultra weird thing that the government is doing. I really do think that. You know, so basically here's the thing. If your government can sit here, if Donald Trump can sit here and actually make everybody think that aliens exist and create this entire psyop and stuff like that around legitimate information that we're concerned about, well, then he can do his insurrection. He can do his, you know, thing where you know, oh, we're at war, you know, because we're under attack by aliens. So all he has to do is get enough people to report it, get it to escalate enough, run enough psyops, slip enough drugs in the air. So a lot of that has to do with the drones that you're not supposed to question. Why are there so many fucking drones flying around? Well, I got news for you. I don't worry about a Democrat doing that because a Democrat is for checks and balances and restrictions and stuff like that. Yeah, because that's the point. A restriction or something like that would ensure that can't happen. You have to have a certain amount of air quality. You got to make sure drones can't be flying in certain heights, ordinances, you know, and again, you would have detection systems for things like that. Or something's emitted into the ozone, you can just detect it. Oh, hazardous waste and blah, blah, blah. But meanwhile, Donald Trump's president, and he's undoing regulations and checks and balances and stuff like that. You know, remember, They can just dump oil in the waterways. Oh, but then some lady in social media posts that her water is brown. Suddenly the cops show up at her door. Swear to God, that's a real fucking story. Okay? So again, if you're too fucking dumb to realize to add that up and realize what's happening, you're never gonna fucking see it. Because that's the exact thing I just explained earlier that the cops are doing to my family. It's the same shit that, again, is happening there, where just a bunch of Trump voting retards in your community don't like you because of what you're saying on social media. So they want a legal reason. They don't have one to arrest you for free speech because they disagree. This is a terrorist. A terrorist. Somebody that attacks you based on your politics. It's literally the fucking definition. That cop that showed up to that lady's house is a fucking terrorist. It is the bold-faced definition of it. And she was literally just complaining because her water was brown. I don't care what the fuck she's complaining about. She could literally bitch about anything. She could literally say that she is incredibly racist and fuck this group of people and I don't give a shit because it's literally free speech. The platform, if she's racist or this or that, should remove her. They will deal with it. Okay? A cop showing up to your house shows that a cop is being institutionally manipulated by the government. That government, somebody up high, they don't like what you're saying. It might be Donald fucking Trump. It just might be. Just might be the guy that literally sat here and tried to take Jimmy Kimmel and ruin Jimmy Kimmel's career just because the guy made a joke at Donald Trump's expense. Again, Donald Trump's expense. Made a joke at Donald Trump's expense. And he tried to get the guy taken off the air. Again, just like he did to all these other people and all these other networks. Again, Stephen Colbert wasn't getting canceled. He was at the top of his ratings. They literally just merged companies. Yeah. So again, if Donald Trump wants to buy somebody out, he's not buying them out. He's just cheating. He buys the company so that way the person, he took her job. He took her job. Literally the definition of it. A turkadur. You're supposed to get all pissed off and shit. God damn it, Trump's doing that. And you're so stupid. You're like, duh, let's be manipulated by him and attack this random person instead. Duh. You don't have any reason, real credible reason. You just get all super pissed off because, something looks weird to you. So, illegal. I got news for you. Stuff is going to look weird or different to you in life. This will happen. Doesn't make it wrong or illegal. It just means, again, like everybody else and everybody in the entire planet, the word weird means different. So, again, something that's different is not inherently legal. For example, there are different laws. So while one law is different from another, they seem weird to each other, don't they? Ho-ho! Now we're getting it. Ho-ho! Now we're getting it. Boy, now we're getting somewhere with those definitions and that academics and shit. Like, I feel like people are really just dumb. I'm serious. And nobody's willing to accept it. double down. They get really angry at the person calling them dumb. It's gonna get worse, man. You're never gonna win that. You're just gonna be dumb. I mean, like, seriously, you can't. The moment that you do that, you create Hitler. Hitler did the same shit. Hitler did the same shit. It's all the shit Hitler did. He did the same shit. That's what he did. He rose to power the same way Trump did. Lying, manipulating the public, believe he's a good man. Then he just flips it. Creates a Nazi system of control. Manipulate the shit. Endlessly pouring money into stupid fucking research, military research. Doesn't make any sense. Just wasting money. Just like Hitler. Remember when I pointed out they had these balls of concrete with like a little slit that they would just roll around? Like what even was that? It was this really expensive ball of concrete that would just roll around with a swastika on the side. What is that? Why? It's so expensive. So all right, look. People worry about that. They think about they're like, oh man, there's this Kronos weapon and the Nazi research and Hitler and listen, man, if we had a Kronos weapon, we'd have if the Nazis would have actually developed a working Kronos weapon that didn't literally just cause death and destruction and decay, Russia'd be using it, I promise. No. That shit was a disaster. Didn't work. Okay. People are thinking about this stuff, and dumb people that play video games because they sat here and they grew up playing Command and Conquer and don't remember that again, it's just the possibility of what if. Okay, it doesn't mean that again, you want to play Command and Conquer and have Nazis win, fine. Go play Command and Conquer. But again, that's what that's for. It didn't work. Okay? All right? That's the point. Endless armies and shit trying to take over. No, people don't want that. The good will win. The majority will rise up and knock you down. It's that simple. That's what always happens, what always will happen. People will endlessly win. For the side that's correct. That's right. Because that's right. Because they will have to. It's just the fact of the matter, man. What do I think is actually possible theoretically? Oh, I listen, I get a little bit concerned about talking about this because I sometimes feel like I feel like I'm a little bit accurate, if that makes sense, where I end up giving ideas where it's a little bit too much hitting the nail on the head, and it's like, okay, how do you do that? So I don't want to freak anybody out. Okay? That's not the purpose. The purpose is to tell you, based on, what I understand about science and things in general, what I think is the most reasonable possible thing that's actually happening and theoretically possible in, given our known experiences and knowledge with physics and all that. So, look, I've talked about this before, but when we talk about a black hole, when we talk about space in general, you know, that's really the only thing that we know that is, a whole bunch of shit goes into it and we don't know what happens to it, okay? So that's gateway. That goes somewhere. Um and so like that is my opinion, and I've talked about this before where we think about dimensions and getting to another dimension and another plane of existence by going through, again, somehow going through a portal. Well, again, I've talked about this about how, well, what if those dimensions again are just too big or too small? Like we're just not thinking about it right. It's literally just either bigger or smaller, and by that much, by an absurd quantity. So we know that a black hole takes everything in a universe and shrinks it down to basically such a dense strand of basically like a strand of a piece of spaghetti. So again, what if it's just doing that because it's passing through, and that's what it needs to do? Sort of like a transporter on Star Trek needs to go through a process to do what it needs to do to your molecular structure and reassemble it, and that's how they explain it. But you know, then if we would relate that to real life, well, that's how I would say that, So like, in order to make this portal happen on that type of scale, where all this stuff's going to go through it, it has to be that big. It has to be, and I think the Dyson sphere or something like that might be partial evidence of another civilization trying to do that and trying to create a gateway through a star, knowing that technology exists and stuff like that and how to do it. Um, and then at the same time, if we're seeing orbs, well, it's actually possible, if you want to theorize it, that technically the orb is again cloaked, masking what's inside, and it's really just a giant black hole, but it's small. So because it's small and compact, it actually works. The ones in space, they don't fucking work. It's a mistake. That is a freak of nature. You go through there, you do not survive. And that's probably the God's realm. That's probably the point. So where God actually is, because I've already pointed out the fact that God is probably just so big, whatever is beyond space, we could possibly, sort of like the Katamari games, And so like the whole point is that this is just so, I mean, truthfully, it's basically that. So it's just so big we couldn't imagine it. So that's why that's so big. And in order to pass through, it still has to make it that much smaller. Still. So that's why we couldn't possibly understand it. But suddenly when we shrink the black hole, now we have a smaller reaction. It's not as consequential. Does that make sense? It should. It should. So as far as what I think is in Antarctica, that I think that if these things develop the technology to shift the poles and freeze the ice caps like they did, to hide this. They were planning on coming back to the planet, probably eventually, but not necessarily planning on a natural evolution process. So here we are. They've probably come back. They put it through the continents and the pole shifting process, the whatever they did to make that happen. So they're coming back to this thing that they have in Antarctica that's under the ice and stuff like that. That's it might be like I think it's like an energy fueling station for their ships. That helps them get back to whatever dimension they travel to. I don't think they live here anymore. I think they live in another subdimension. I think they live like it's another Earth on top of this one, but as soon as they pass through, it's like a dimension that exists a couple million years in the future or something like that. Or maybe even in the past. I just think that it's not our future, it's their future. Because if you think about time as non-linear, that would make sense. They're traveling to their future. Does that make sense? You can't. So, like, it's their future because it's happened. So that would put them ahead of us, which would prove some of the other theories that people are talking about. But our future hasn't happened yet. So for us, technically, we can't travel there because we're not there yet. So regardless of it being a nonlinear timeline and it being in the future, and for them it already happened, our future didn't happen yet because it's the future. So the point is you can't really travel to the future. What you're doing, and I don't think they might not even understand this. Maybe they do. When you travel to the future, and we have all these physics to understand this. The point is, it's led to believe they developed this technology minus the information. So the point is, when you travel to the future, you're not really traveling to a future. You're traveling to what you have made. It's not the actual future. Future hasn't happened yet. You are traveling to a calculated version that you've just created because you had to go somewhere. So basically, you created this portal, but you don't know where it went. So it took you into the future, but by doing that, you created an alternate reality. That's what Doc talked about in Back to the Future, actually. It's just that they didn't really do that movie like that. It wouldn't unmake reality necessarily. It could, theoretically, but that's the paradox he referred to. And so it's not actually like you're going to travel back in time and it's the same time and you can change the no, not really. If you travel back in time and you change our past, really all that's going to happen is you'll now create a separate, divergent new future from that. It's not a, you know what I mean? It's actually not. So quantum leap sort of, it's nice to think that would work, but you get what I'm saying? It would actually be really chaotic and kind of, like the reality of that. If somebody was doing that, well, that would actually kind of explain why things are effed up. Because somebody was like bouncing around doing all this stuff. He's just creating all these different realities and not actually fixing anything. They're just creating a new reality that's better. The old shitty one still exists. Yep. So yeah, like Star Trek's right, where we like if you're gonna do that with that technology, you understand that now that you can do this, you don't need all the other stuff. So like you would have to forego, like it's the sort of thing where you wouldn't look at stuff right. You would want to do it for entertainment value and stuff like that. That's kind of the point, and it shouldn't be. You get what I'm saying? It shouldn't be. obviously making realities for entertainment value. So, if that's the case, that explains why a lot of these guys, these rich guys and stuff like that, they're believing in that. They think God is this guy that he made all this because we're entertaining and stuff. No, he can't. This is what you have to understand. Like, think about it like this: when you're a scientist in a lab and you're looking at the bacteria and stuff under the microscope, are you sitting there going, "Oh, that bacteria is going to the mall. Yeah, that's a cool little outfit the bacteria's got on." Like all no, like obviously it ain't all like that. You do one little thing and then all this fucking shit happens and oh god, I lost my culture. Oh shit. What do you think happens when God tries to do something? This is the stuff in the Bible where you see real life examples of God attempting to interact and you don't understand it. You just think it's smite. He's smited. No. Like, the point is, there was this drought. People weren't listening. All they needed to do is again, pray, become farmers, irrigation, stuff like that. Like figure out scientific ways of dealing with this. But instead, it's your fault. No, it's your fault. And then they go to war. And then so God's like, all right, let's try to, all right, little bit of water, little bit of, shit, son of a bitch. I flooded the planet again. Okay. Do you have any concept where if that's the reality, this is why I say that's what makes sense. Where if he's so big, he is the blackness of space. Like that's like the little plastic thing in the bottom of the glass aquarium. You know how there's like a little plastic black liner? Yeah, all of space, if we're just the planet, we're just looking at like the black plastic liner that's space to us. We can't see anything above it because again, it's so far and so big. There's no possible. Think about how long it takes light to get to us just from our opposite side of the solar system. Okay, let alone all of fucking space, man. You wouldn't exist anymore. Okay, there's a reason why we call them light years. Okay, traveling at the speed of light, that's how long the sound or light takes to get to you. Okay, so the point is, well, light really, but the point is, this is why we use light years. Okay, I say sound because NASA oftentimes they have communications with satellites and stuff like that and all that, so sometimes it helps to know because communications is sound. But that's why, and that's why we can't, they want to communicate with that satellite that's traveling. We have to actually wait for the communication back. Like this is the point. Okay, so this is why I say like something like that, where you don't get that like he doesn't have free will. He can't just sit here. That's why he gave us the ability to have prayer and gave us all this mental capacity where I think we actually do have ESP and we do have sort of godly-ish powers, but we can't use them. We don't know how to use them because we've never really. And then the more we get better at stuff and we relax and we just do it subconsciously, that's when we're really good at shit. And we just, like the report of, like the mom that lifted a car off of her kid. She suddenly had the strength to lift this car off the kid and stuff like, like that's the stuff. It's stuff like that. Okay. That's what I'm talking about. It's stuff like that. So I personally think that we all have that ability, and again, our brains are this capable, but we're just getting dumber and dumber and dumber and dumber. And we are creatures of this social mechanism. And the more we attack each other, worse it gets. Like, you just want to sit here and create this whole big thing and attack somebody just because you think something looks really weird. Boy, that's what, who cares? You know? Like, that's the point. We have endless social manipulation and battles just because people are too stupid to recognize that bullies will be bullies if there's a fucking place where everybody has their name, their picture, and every little comment and thing about them right there for them to yeah, they will. Doesn't make it right. It doesn't mean you shouldn't do something about it. But sure, yeah, they're gonna do that. So do something. It doesn't mean don't do it. It doesn't mean, well, you know, since we didn't start the fire, may as well just let it burn. That's not the message. That's not the fucking message. The message is don't shoot the messenger. That's the message. You know, like, yeah, you know, the shit's burning down. Okay. The government systems are the ones telling you it's burning down. Are you going to always blame the government for everything? It's burning down because the government. This is the problem when the government, the propaganda is so backwards, and this is why people think it's because Republicans have kind of been doing this in this country for a while, where they'll take advantage of the fact that these people during war times don't pay attention at all to politics. They just and so, like, the point is, all these you know, they'll do stuff to try to do things about the war, the Democrats. They'll sit here and try to restrict, regulate, yes, this and that. And so stuff will get tough for a little while. It'll actually get tough for a little while. You know, things will be tighter. They'll tighten things up. That's what happens. Just like a business. Because there's regulations, there's tightening the budget. But if you get through it, just like with Obama, when we had that boom when Trump first came into office and morons thought it was Trump. We had 2 terms of a good president. And you were like, oh boy, this Trump guy, man, just 1 month into office, boy. It was that was Obama, man. What? Law and order, checks and balances take time. You cannot sit here like a bunch of raging lunatics and expect your government to, at the snap of a finger, do it now! Do it now! No, you want something done now, and you want to yell at fucking YouTube or Walmart, that's valid. They should do shit now if you're being harassed, stalked, or doxxed on a platform that they operate and control. Yeah, that's something they should do now. Yeah. For sure. But again, if shit's not working and the budget needs balanced or something, a lot of times that's the guy that came fucking before. All that shit you didn't pay attention to. He's got to sit and go in there and be like, whoa, what do we do different that this dumbass didn't do beforehand that we tried to warn them about? Oh, yeah, that thing that we were going to do anyway? Okay, let's do that. And then you're like, oh, they did that thing. See, I told you it's bad because they did that. And you don't give it time. Just like you attack the Affordable Care Act because you call it Obamacare. Obamacare isn't the Affordable Care Act. Obamacare was a website that gave people that lost their health insurance at the point that they were supposed to, because we got universal health care. You lost it previously, to give you free health care. So you go sign up for it. It was so that you have something in between while finding a better healthcare, a private healthcare. And then meanwhile, some of the morons that did this were like, oh, Trump, he was better because, he was just better. And I was like, well, yeah, but didn't you tell me you found a private healthcare? Yeah, but I did that. It was better for me and my family. I found that. You're stupid. You're really dumb. You have no idea that Obama did that for you. You are so dumb. What did you just think it came out of thin air? No. Insurance companies were taking a huge dildo and ramming it up everyone's ass before Obama came along. And by the way, do you remember that some of the stuff that Trump's doing now and allowing these companies to do now to your kids, by the way, Obama got rid of that too. Okay? So I want to remind you, the next time you're at Walmart buying shit off the most corporate dumb fuck store that follows you around and blows up your car and shit like that there is, I want to remind you that that honey that you're buying off the shelf is probably 90% fucking syrup. It's probably not honey. And even when you flip it over and you look at the back, it's not going to say. And they can just get away with it because Donald fucking Trump, because you're stupid. You think regulation's bad. No, that's a regulation, moron. So meanwhile, you're buying honey off the shelf and you're so fucking dumb. That company's going, ha ha ha, corn syrup. Little bit of honey. There we go. Honey. We'll just call it honey. Obama took that away. Yeah, they couldn't lie to you. Yeah. Your ketchup, your Kool-Aid, your chicken nuggets, all this shit kids were eating. And it was literally fucking processed corn product. Swear to God. Ketchup, Kool-Aid, chicken nuggets, processed corn product. Yep. And then corn syrup as your honey. And you're so dumb. You have no idea this is what regulation is. You think it's oh, they took a dub. They took a dirt. No, Trump took your dub. He took a dub. He took your guns too. He just hasn't told you that yet. You know, the thing they did to Alex Preddy, that's taking your guns, dumbasses. Yeah, that's what it looks like. Yeah, that's literally what it looks like. Just to let you know, you have a right. It's your First Amendment right. So that's what it looks like. Yep, you have a right. No, it's not your first. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I screwed that up. But regardless, it's still a right. You have a right to bear arms. And it's one of your amendments. Okay, your First Amendment's free speech, right? Why the hell did I throw that off? I'm stupid. Anyway, see, I do it too. I can call myself fucking out too. It doesn't matter. You should call yourself dumb if you're dumb. First Amendment's free speech. Duh. All right? Look. That's what it looks like when they take your guns away. It looks like them following this fucking guy around, waiting there for him, having a militia of their own, following him around, and he's not doing anything wrong. He's just recording them. They smack his phone out of his hand, try to take his phone. They knew he had a gun. He wasn't brandishing it. He didn't have it out. He just had it on him. They knew about it. That's it. That's taking your guns away. That's what it looks like. Bill Maher. He used to be funny, you know. I used to like him. But then he got all political and he used to know what the fuck he's talking about. He's funny. He just doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. See, that's the point. He has all these people on that know what they're talking about. So he just endlessly has really good interviews. Like Seth MacFarlane, that guy's genius. He knows what he's talking about. So, okay. Like, I mean, like, I love the guy. I do. I don't have any disrespect. I do. I think he's great. But he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. He does not know anything about politics. He literally just does what everyone else does and tries to make a joke off some fucking headline. He hasn't read it, done the research, doesn't know how anything works. He's just making a punchline. It's that simple, man. And yet, like, every day, all these people, Seth MacFarlane's a perfect example. I'm sure Trey Parker and Matt Stone stay well informed. I'm sure they're not a bunch of lugheads. And yet, these people, they're the ones making the comedy. Making some of the dumbest shit you've ever watched be some of the smartest shit you've ever watched at the same time. Isn't that crazy? I think it is. I do. Because Donald Trump took your job. And I'm sure that wasn't but Joe Biden. Donald Trump definitely took a job. He definitely took a job. Definitely. You know what's sad? The fact that I think there's like people that like before I explained that joke that didn't understand it. And there's still gonna be people that don't understand it. Like, obviously, they're not going to watch the stream and have somebody explain it for them. I mean, like, the fact that I actually have to explain that joke should tell you how much misinformation is being rubbed to in the faces to have people forget where we came from. Nobody knows what the 90s was. Like, it's almost like it's been removed, like, and then this guy's trying to claim he loves Bill Clinton. I love Bill Clinton. No, you don't. No. See, here's what's happening. Behind the scenes, Donald Trump tried to make them look really bad. They didn't do anything wrong. They've always just been nice to him. That's the reality. The reality is they were neutral. See, the Obamas, they were smart. They were just like, yeah, we don't want anything to fucking do with this guy. I swear to God, the Clintons were the ones that were trying to be neutral this whole time and trying not to. And after Donald did what he did, where he was not going to stick up and they were going to use Clinton to, like, just a random picture of Clinton in a pool, by the way, not taken where you think it was taken. It was just a pool. Because I remember that picture. There was another picture that's from something else. Behind the scenes. Legally. Where you can't see it because Trump, he gets all pissed off and does something. He doesn't allow the media outlets to cover it. He'll threaten to sue him. That's why you're not seeing anything anymore. That's why nobody's covering shit, because he's threatening to sue him. So, what Clinton did is he just, behind the scenes, he just said, you know what, Donald? I've had enough. I've had enough of your stupid shit. And he took that dildo that I just spoke of, and he firmly rammed it straight up Trump's ass. That's what he did. That thing is pink and glittery, and it's really, really far up. It's about as pink as my hair is right now. It is rammed way up there. And that's why he can't walk. He's moving around kind of funny. That's why. Because Clinton took a pink sparkly dildo and just firmly rammed it straight up Trump's ass. That's what he did. And now Trump's boy Clinton, he's a good guy. He's just a really nice guy, you know. Just he's always been my friend. He's a good guy. Yep. All of a sudden, right? It's not what he was saying. Wait, that's not what he was saying. No. Remember, he was talking nasty about Hillary and Bill back when he first ran. He ran against Hillary. Remember that? Yeah, he was nasty then. Now all of a sudden he wants to flip that shit. Oh, I love Bill Clinton. Oh boy. I wonder if that has something to do with that thing that's firmly shoved. I wonder. I wonder. I wonder how much that has to do with that thing. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. For sure. I'm just gonna go ahead and say it's that thing. Yeah. You know, I mean, we all saw it, right? And boy, he you know, it's been a little bit that yeah, he has had trouble walking, hasn't it? It really does seem almost like around that time, right? Yeah. Yeah, he just he rammed it right up there. So you know, my hair's pink. I should have noticed. I don't need a reason, by the way. I know people give a reason because I don't need one. You don't need. In fact, I feel as though it's incredibly, you know, the more I try to justify one and give one, I feel like it's more dishonest actually, because quite frankly, there's not a reason. There isn't one. Good bit of the time, I think that's the case. And I think people want want to like have some sort of meaning behind this or something. Doesn't fucking mean anything. You just wanted to dye your hair. Literally, that's it. What does it mean? Was what?
Upper 60s. Chance of rain 50%. Saturday, mostly sunny. A chance of showers and thunderstorms in the afternoon. Highs in the mid 80s. Chance of rain 30%. Saturday night, partly cloudy with a chance of showers and thunderstorms in the evening, and mostly clear after midnight. Lows in the mid 60s. Chance of rain 30%. Sunday, mostly sunny. Highs in the mid 80s. Sunday night, partly cloudy. Lows in the mid 60s. 6:31 p.m., Monday, July 6th. Tonight, east winds around 5 knots, becoming northeast late. Waves 1 foot or less.
Oh, there it was.
Southeast
Why did
1 foot at 4 seconds. Showers likely with a chance of thunderstorms until midnight, and a chance of showers with a slight chance of thunderstorms
that's
after
dumb?
midnight.
Hold on.
Patchy fog after midnight. Tuesday, northeast winds around 5 knots. Waves 1 foot or less. Wave detail.
This thing is so bright. They couldn't do a dark mode with this thing.
And a chance of showers with a slight chance of thunderstorms in the afternoon. Tuesday night, northeast wind 5 to 10 knots. Waves 1 foot or less.
Even this has a dark mode.
1 foot at 3 seconds. A chance of showers until midnight.
Even this has a dark mode.
Wednesday, northeast wind 5 to 10 knots, becoming southeast in the afternoon. Waves 1 foot or less. Wave detail, northeast 1 foot at 2 seconds and southeast 1 foot at 4 seconds. Wednesday night, south winds 5 to 10 knots.
So it's clicking. Click. So it's the average. What the fuck? Why is it doing that? There we go. The average right now is 12.4. It's the average. So again, that's pretty low. Average is between a normal living condition is between 5 and 50, so that's acceptable. Do you remember that thing I told you that was going on that they were doing? Before I showed them that they were sitting here, like before I showed the evidence, they were the cops that are doing this were causing pretty much every device in my house to draw 2 to 3 times the more power than it should. Period. That's literally what they're doing. So again, to you dumbass fucking cops that don't understand, that's why everybody's fucking power rates are going up. All these scammers from Russia and all these other countries that want to fuck Americans, you're sitting here and you're spying on them with their data, and they're coming around the back, causing all kinds of issues, making all their devices in their house, their car, and whatever they would know about draw too much power, and they're breaking this after this after this. I mean, God, for crying out loud. We're talking about how a thing, an air purifier, something that's a fan. It's just a fan. That's it. That's what it's a fan. That's what it does. It's a fan. Yeah. And this was drawing more than a PC would draw while running games at max setting. Yep. An air purifier, a fan, was drawing more power. And again, Not now. Not after the test. And then I even sat here and showed you how they would sit here and like do it as I was streaming. Remember that? So I wonder how many things they have caused to break, sabotage things, blown them up. And it was a result of what these cops were doing. Where these cops are literally sitting here illegally watching you in your house. And while they're doing that, other scammers are coming in back of it. Well, today I have evidence of this. I have real solid evidence. I do. I have solid evidence. So, as you guys remember, I've been talking about this for a while. I've been talking about how, you know, they're manipulating views and stuff like that, you know, removing them if we have a good stream, or trying to, you know, do things that would trigger a response and then, you know, make it seem like there's a bunch of people in here or something like that. So this is what a lot of this is. It's a lot of the view removal too. So let me show you. You guys know how we picked up recently on the fact that at some point or other, all they started doing was having the operating system like basically sabotaging Windows to the point that if I'm streaming and like there's like movement on the screen, this uses more GPU usage. Like essentially all they're doing is they're causing your GPU to use 2 to 3 more times usage, sort of like the other shit that was happening. And so again, this is what, you know, the bit rate shifting around and all that stuff as movement would happen while I'm streaming. That's what's actually causing that, where it's just a chain reaction of a scam that they have slowly been working, where all they're doing is they're getting authorities to like sort of watch the stream or kind of like watch what you're doing behind the scenes or something like that, and then they're sabotaging something. They're doing this to cause this reaction, or you know, again, just whatever they could do to possibly get you on that radar, so they can continue scamming those cops. And so anyway, the point is, I have real proof of this today. I know I've shown lots and lots of proof over the years, guys, and you guys know this is not something that we started with. This is something that never happened, obviously. But as all this AI is built into Windows, and I pointed out, as ever since I pointed out that, you know, even a internet connection, you know, being severed would fix these things. They started just building it into the AI in Windows so that the AI would know regardless, you know, and would just attack things. So if you remember the video I posted, the upload I did, where I just did an upload with you know, some Clutch songs. I want you to guys go listen to Clutch. I think they're really, really awesome band. So you know, and Fortunate Son was definitely you know, the cover for that's really awesome, very fitting for what I did there. So that, you know, that was a lot of that. Just go listen to Clutch because I think they're really awesome. But if you saw that and you saw how, again, obviously you could just watch it straight through, totally normal, right? Well, um, they were trying to make it so that I couldn't even make that video. Like even something as basic as that. Yeah. Yep. They were actually sitting here, and I'm going to show you evidence of it, because as I was trying to do it, the video was playing and struggling so much that it was blatantly obvious that the AI built into the operating system was actively attacking the encoder, the actual like software level encoder of the GPU, the driver itself, to prevent it from properly displaying the image. And this is what Microsoft's doing. So you guys saw it, you guys watched that. Again, it looked fine, right? Like you can watch it, it looks totally fine, right? Okay, so I'm going to show you what happened when I was trying to do it and it wasn't working. Let's see. Here we go. Here we go. So here's what it looked like at first. Let me just hold on. So if you guys know, obviously this is what it looks like. Here, let me if I do that. Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay. So if I just sort of show you guys and I just sort of play this here. Yeah. So like let me just here we go. Ready? So you guys remember this is what it looks like. Now here's where it's going to happen. Ready? Ready? Here we go. As soon as it happens, ready? Look at that. What the heck is that? Why is it playing all slow? Why did it suddenly why is it doing that? And then you can see how like it's sort of like stuttering and then playing and stuttering and then playing. Why is it doing that? And why was it doing that? You see what I mean? It's just like it's like full and then stop, full and then stop. It's like slow motion, pretty much. It's just the whole thing is that. Like what the? Why? That's not. That's not. No. What? Like the point is, I was watching the video of this, like I was watching it, and it was like lagging behind by like it would like 1 second would take 3 or 4 seconds. That's why it's doing that. And I'm like, well, clearly it's lagging behind then. What a piece of shit. And so like again, I'm not going to tell you what I did. Obviously it works fine. Obviously, right? I made it work. Obviously it works fine. I got the upload done. Okay? It doesn't look like this shit, okay? But the point is, this is happening. That right there it is, okay? And this is what they wanted me to they wanted this to happen where I either upload it like this, it looks like shit, or I just they probably just didn't want me to. They probably wanted me to flip out. Like talk about this, flip out. So that's what you have to realize. Look, it like very quickly like plays in real time, like really quickly sometimes. But the point is like, why would it do that? So my point is that um just like you saw when it was happening when I was streaming, my point is that it would do that if there's a monitor on my screen, they're like looking at my screen and everything I'm doing and using my GPU to send it back to them. Like my internet, my GPU. That's why it's happening. Just like the bit rate shifting around all over the place. And then as soon as I do this, just stuttering around. It can't even play at normal speed. It's just slow motion. But then goes slow motion and goes. And it's like lagging behind. I'm just playing a video. So the point is, this is what it was looking like when I was trying to do it the first time, where I was obviously, here it is. I'm recording it. I'm clearly making the video, but it just cannot. It just, Windows, it just can't play video. What? Well, clearly it can, because the point is I did the upload and I made it work. So again, I'm not going to tell you what I did, but I assure you, this is Microsoft. This is Microsoft endlessly. So, it just slows down. Do you see what I'm saying about the FPS in games? Of why the FPS is doing that in games? It's because of what they're doing to my system. All these video games that look like this, all this stuff happening because they're illegally monitoring. What? And for what? What did you find? Nothing? Because again, you would have found something, you'd have been like, woo! All right, let's go. Yeah, exactly. So, like, you're fucking around with somebody, getting them to yell about this, yell about that, yell about the bit rate. And meanwhile, this scammer's following it around, actually doing illegal shit, and you're just like, oh yeah, we're not gonna, duh. What the hell? Again, it just, I'm just playing it. Okay? And it doesn't do that in the one I uploaded. I uploaded a working version. Okay? I uploaded a working version. So I don't know what else to tell you, except I can't give you, I'm giving you so much. I can only give you so much before the scammer again takes what I say and goes, oh, that's how he did it. Well, I'm going to break that too. All right? It's just going to be endless until you stop illegally spying on people and fucking around for them to follow you around. You have to only do it when you need to do it, because then it won't matter. Yeah, you should be doing it to terrorist police that sit here and do this stuff. It's just ICE, guys. It's just the same assholes that are working the ICE shifts. It's just them. They're all pissed off because I called them MAGA Karens. That's what they are. They're just MAGA Karens. Yep. No more Karens. We gotta get rid of it. Get rid of the concept. It's gone. It's a stereotype. Get rid of it. There's no Karen. No more. This is the point. You're manipulating a public to be Karens because you make the meme. Oh, it's Karen. So then, like, a bunch of assholes have excuses to go be Karens now, don't they? Instead of it just actually being these people that are just complaining here and there and sort of deserve it, sort of deserve the reason to do it. But you're just calling it no. No. Not right. Not right. It's ma'am. Yeah, it's not Karen, it's ma'am. Imagine being such a piece of shit. Imagine being such a piece of shit that you're gonna use this. You see all the likes coming off as soon as I mention the Karen meme? This is what you guys need to recognize. So I'm here I am. We had all these likes this whole time consistent, but I just showed you what was happening to Microsoft, the trash they're doing to sabotage their own buyers, their own clients, their own company. And we've had these likes the whole time, but conveniently, right as soon as I mentioned the Karens thing and the meme thing, they jump all over, removing them right then. Just like all the other times you see this social engineering where you see likes come off a stream, I promise you it's the same on this stream. It's the same person that sits in the stream the entire time and hits the either confetti or the laugh emoji. Again, they're a troll. They're not somebody that's here reacting, actually laughing at various things I'm saying and stuff like that. They are flat out in here with 30 to 40 to 50 different accounts to like it up to a certain number just to remove it in front of you. It is a social engineering tactic. It's the same. I've seen it on Facebook. I've seen it on Facebook. It's a social engineering tactic where they come on here and they give you a positive, and then they get you to sort of, say something else, do something else. They get something to happen that would have, again, just like with anything in life, you can look at it, you can choose to look at it in any way that you want. So if these people are socially manipulated to view things in a negative connotation whenever they view it, well, then that's how they're going to look at it. So right then, again, you're being manipulated. It's the sort of thing where this person is here to defame my channel, steal it, post the content. My views get halted on shorts just to show up on this person's channel for them to get those conveniently thousands of views, for this person to just be reposting the exact short that I did. It's my content. They're just reposting it. It's not a fan channel. That's somebody, again, that person is the same fucking scammer that is trying to steal my channel, they had their Steam account was my dad's real name. Okay? Like this person is a fucking scammer. Okay? Like literally, this person is a scammer. This person sat with my street address typed into the title of a video for 7 months on YouTube, while YouTube did nothing. I reported it over and over, and they did nothing. So, it's important to remember this person is socially engineering all of you to see the situation a certain way. They wait for me to do things. They wait for me to get trending, to be away from the stream, or to be regularly streaming. They wait for any of these things, any of it. And again, they're going to definitely show up if they know that there's certain things that are coming out or something that I'm following or talking about. We're going to get trending for that. Just whatever we're talking about, where we're getting trending, this piece of trash scammer is going to show up and try to take every last little bit of the work that I did, that I put into that. And they are an impersonation scammer. Like I already stated, they are trying to get these accounts merged and stuff like that. I don't know who this person is. I have no fucking clue who this person is. This is not my fan account, okay? They are not a fan. They are a scammer, okay? A random stalker that has been reported to the state fucking police does not get to steal copyrighted content from the streamer. This is a stalker that should be in jail for stalking. Period. If somebody was stalking Emaru and stole her content, pretending to be her, following her around the internet, she was watching somebody's stream, talking about it on the internet and stuff like that, and again, followed her in there, started literally sitting there doxing her real name, her street address, and all that, right in the chat, right on her stream, what do you think would happen? Because she's a female, what do you think would happen? Do you think 1 million cops would immediately do something about that? I do. In fact, I know it. I 100% know it. So why is it that every single stream, things like this can happen? I can simply type my name into YouTube, and they still haven't removed this person. When I type my name into YouTube, that person's channel also shows up. They haven't removed it. They're reposting my content without my permission, and have been sitting here siphoning views, just like at the start of the stream. When I started the stream and you saw the connection drift down, that's why. And that's why somebody's literally just sitting here hitting a laugh emoji from start to finish. There's no psychopath on the planet that does that. Okay? That's just a psychopath. Yeah, like there's no normal person that does that. That's a psychopath. Okay, this person is not of this planet. This person is a psychopath. Yes. And that's kind of the point. Like somebody that's that obsessive. You get what I'm saying? That's pretty terrible. So if we have a consistent concurrent rate YouTube of roughly 13, 12, 13, 10, why is my stream only at 63 views, YouTube? Why are you lying about the view count? Do you remember when we sat here and showed you when we got thousands of viewers the one day? Oh, I mean, plenty of times we showed this, but live I showed you guys that they were literally sitting here and removing, they removed over 100 views live, like right in front of you. They're just taking them off the live view count. I literally just had the control room open and I showed you the view count, and they're just being subtracted from the view count. Who do you think's doing that? Who do you think is doing that? Irresponsible FBI? Disgusting piece of shit FBI? Yeah. Yes. Retards that work for the FBI. Yes. Incompetent FBI. Yes. That's who's doing it. Yes. Rogue, incompetent morons at the FBI. Because these morons, every day, I find crime. I literally just drive down the street and I find crime. Because I'm smart. That's it. So they're endlessly stupid as fuck. And these assholes literally have to commit crimes just to try to find crime. They have to sit here and incriminate people and try to mess with shit and actually rile things up and create crime just to say, oh, look, see, we stopped it. But yet I drive down the road every day and there's crimes all over, right in front of me. And these retards are so fucking incompetent that they have to actually sit here. Yeah. And there it is. My counter disappearing and having problems. Right as we're calling it out that it's the FBI and yada yada. The same stuff as usual. Remember the day I told you, I showed you that they just literally hacked into the website that tracks this through the concurrent counter so they can figure out how to freeze the concurrent counter and remove views so that this thing like literally just is not accurate and they can sit here and just remove views. Yeah, that's called dumb fuck criminal is working for the FBI. All right, so let me tell you something. It's okay to be racist to Kash Patel. Do you know why? No, you can be racist to Kash Patel. Do you know why? Because he's a racist piece of shit. That's why. So you can be racist to him. He's a fucking piece of shit. So like that's okay.
because he's a fucking piece of shit. I mean, it's literally that simple. Just make sure you state that. Oh, I don't care. It's Kash Patel. Fuck him. Yeah, I don't dislike people of color or anything like that. But that fucking guy? Oh, yeah, he's a piece of trash. Yeah. Fuck that goddamn mocha-colored stupid son of a bitch. Fuck him. Yeah. Well, because we used it for bad things for so long, so now I'm going to use it for good. Yeah. That's the point. Yeah, that's how you take it back. There you go, Randall. You don't just say it randomly, you do something with it, man. There you go. That's how you actually take it back. Except you can't say that. Don't say that one. It's bad. But mocha, yeah, that's, you can get away. I mean, that's just, it's chocolate. I mean, nobody cares. You say, you know, just want to go get like a coffee drink or something, you know. They're not going to care about that. That's how you take it back. Fuck that mocha colored motherfucker. Fuck him. Fuck him. And his dumbass, those FBIs. Those FBIs. Yeah. We fired all the talented guys. It's waiting to the Bureau's surprise. Yeah. So that's the point. I pissed them off. I successfully pissed them off. So they just started doing all this shit, manipulating shit, trying to learn stuff, doing it. Yeah. And it's just Kash Patelli, dumb fuck. Kash Patelli, dumb fuck. He's such a faggot, isn't he? God, he is such a faggot. He really is. Kash Patel, he is such a fucking faggot. Oh, there's why is the bitrate shifting? Why would that happen? Why is the bitrate shifting around, guys? Is it because I said Kash Patel's a fucking faggot? Is that why? Because he is, he's a faggot. Faggot. Why is my bitrate shifting? Right around me saying the word faggot. Why is that happening? Direct attacks on my device. Direct attacks on my device. Right as I call somebody a faggot. Direct attacks on my device right as I call somebody a faggot. So I'll just document every last little bit of this. Yep, direct attacks on my device. So give me a second here to document this. As you can see them attacking it there. So I'm going to run this here. Yep, we're going to go ahead and report that. Do you see the bit rate there? That's them looking at the screen. Oh yeah. So that's yep, that is so they're attacking my upload, as you can see. See how it if you see how it dropped there? Really dropped there? Did you see that? Okay. That was because right at that second, I had the evidence on my screen. So they were trying to retrieve also a screenshot. Pretty interesting, considering the fact that they're going to get all this evidence in court. So it doesn't change the fact that, you know, they're doing it, and you know, the evidence is what it is. They're all going to get it in court anyway. So them sitting there trying to retrieve the screenshot and actually doing more attacks. Like, again, you can't do this. You can't physically attack and hack people's devices. It is incredibly illegal, and FBI can't willy-nilly just sit here and do this. They can't do it. Physically can't do it. And not only that, they need even if they had a court order that said they could investigate somebody, they can't socially engineer and manipulate. The moment that is very blatantly becomes about socially engineering, hitting the emoji, shitloads of concurrence, moving a bit rate around, disrupting the streams, abruptly ending the stream, all these fucking things happening. This is blatantly social engineering to convince you all of the thing that they want you to believe. And quite frankly, it's, again, just the thing they did to my dad, where one day they just thought they had enough, and they, you know, because people are dumb and don't look at evidence, they just go, duh! You know, it's literally that simple. These people are so dumb. They just ruled on the fact that it's the subject matter. It's all social engineering, just like this is here, where it's just the subject matter. Just like they know, and this scammer knows, everybody hates it when somebody yells at them or calls them stupid. So they use me to do that. So yeah, guess what? I just learned that you got to be desensitized to this. There shouldn't be any kids on here whatsoever. But yeah, adults, they need to be handled. They need to know how to be handle being fucking yelled at and deal with being sweared at. Fuck you. You're a goddamn adult. Deal with it. It's not somebody that's not a nice person. I'm tired of dealing with your stupid shit. It's that simple. It's that simple. If I was not nice, I would have been that asshole that almost ran somebody over in a parking lot. But instead, I was the one calling him an asshole. Yeah, if I was not nice when he got out of his car and approached me, I wouldn't have still calmly called him an asshole. I would have punched him in the face and say, don't ever fucking approach me, you fucker. Get the fuck out of here. If I was not nice. Oh, trust me, there's plenty of things I would have done and said. It's that simple. If I was not nice, every single time that stupid asshole slammed a door downstairs, I'd go down there and fucking deck him. It's literally that simple. It's literally that simple. If I wasn't nice, I would have already done that. It's that basic. This is all they're trying to do, where they know they have done these things in their life. Other people have. I have never once ever done this. Ever. I don't have any criminal history. I have no assaults. None. This is what they're trying to do. A lot of this started with some asshole actually coming in my chat and saying, do you have a gun? Do you have any guns in your house? Do you have any guns in your house? Gee, I wonder what you were trying to do. And do you know what I said? I don't have to answer that. And do you know what he said? Good answer. Told me everything I needed to know. And I've been using you ever since, you stupid motherfucking retard. So again, this moron endlessly, mistake after mistake, and he's the one that's the criminal, trying to get me to look a certain way. Actually ask you, do you have this or do you have that? If you had proper probable cause, you wouldn't have to ask me that. If you had proper probable cause, like a background check, you wouldn't have to ask me that, you dumb fuck. This is why you're all dumb, and I call cops dumb. Because you constantly do these dumb things. So that's the reality, is you know, I don't have anything against cops or anything like that, because they're not all bad. You know, a lot of them just go to fucking do their jobs. They're just there to do their job. They're just going to work. But truthfully, there's quite a number of them that became cops because they're hiding from something. And they know immunity lets them get away with it. So here they are trying to sit here and fuck around with me and all my friends, family, and all that shit. But meanwhile, I see that shit coming a mile away. I am literally like probably the smartest data analysis alive. And I don't have any training for it. That's the reality. The reality is they did not count on that. And I just literally analyzed everything they were doing right from the fucking start. And was always like 10 steps ahead. Oh, and by the way, I'm a Sifu, so, you know, strategy is totally not my thing. I actually literally organically beat somebody that was in the chess club in that really rare fucking 3-move thing that I didn't even know what I was doing. I just did it. That's called logic. I just did that. I looked it up later. You made a real big deal about this too. I looked it up later and I was like, holy fuck. I actually, oh God, I did that. Organically. Never even. No, I told him I didn't want to freak him out. I told him my plan. I do this. I've had this happen. I will like be able to, I'm not Rain Man or anything, but I can count a stack. I can look at a stack of things and know the exact number of it. I can do that. So like I'm one of these people. And so like that's the reality is if I really wanted to fucking do something with that, I would have been counting cards and I would have been every casino. I would have been at that fucking casino already. Been doing. I'm sitting here like talking like that doesn't have any place here. Okay, like I don't like that shit. Okay. I took a vacation every year to the beach and stayed in a resort casino because that was the cheap option. And I didn't do any gambling. I literally just stayed in the resort casino, gift shops, eating food. Absolutely no gambling. I mean, the lights are cool. It's a nice place to look at and walk through, but that's it, man. And that's what, when you go to the beach, that's what's there. I mean, what the fuck else are you gonna, that's literally what's there. Okay? So you can blame Donald Dickhead Trump for that. He's the one that sat here and milked the shit out of the beach tourist traps so that you have nothing affordable. That's what monopoly is all about, you idiots. The fuck do you think boardwalk means? Duh. 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 You literally played Monopoly your whole lives. And you went, oh, gee, there's this guy where in regular conversation, it literally means to trump somebody, to evilly, connivingly do better somehow. You trumped them. Just because. You didn't remember that Trump's dad was the Monopoly guy? He didn't actually look like the Monopoly guy. That was just... Yeah, that was Rockefeller. The Monopoly guy, like, they're trying to make him look like Rockefeller. Again, Trump wishes he was Rockefeller. Yeah, Rockefeller makes Trump... Boy. I shouldn't say it like that. Trump makes Rockefeller look like Jesus Christ. He does. Trump makes Rockefeller look like Jesus Christ. Because Rockefeller actually did those things. When the Great Depression happened, he gave money to people and helped out. And he is why we survived. Trump's not doing that. He's causing depressions. You need to do your fucking history lessons and research, man. That's the reality. We came from that. We came from people that would help and be responsible. Trump wants to just be like, oh, give it all. Give it to me. Oh, yeah. So, Clinton took a big pink dildo, sparkly and all. Because Clinton balanced the budget. He spent the 90s making sure kids weren't left behind and that there was a balanced budget. That's what Clinton did. All you gotta do is fucking look it up. Duh! Clinton! Duh! Oh, I vote for Trump, so I have to sit here and hate Clinton because I'm dumb. Duh! But then if you look it up, oh yeah, Clinton balanced the budget and gave us the 90s. Poised us for the 2000s. Oh, I guess that's why we did so well. Duh! Duh! Durr! Durkadur! All you gotta do is look it up. But, durkity-durkity-dur. Mohammed Jihad. Durkadur. Durkadur. Durk Frekala. Freka. Durka Frekala. Muhammad Jihad. Duh, Durka. Yeah, Durka. You're all speaking some stupid fucking language that nobody understands. That's the fucking point. You didn't get the joke? Here, it's just supposed to be stupid, but it's actually smarter than you realize, so I'm going to explain it, okay? Because Trey Parker and Matt Stones, that's why they're geniuses. There's layered jokes, okay? The reality is, the reason that was so funny, is because the CIA actually does that. They take Americans and just put a beard on them and put it, and it worked. It's worked. And they're so dumb sometimes. It is literally as simple as tricking them. Like, they're dumb. Like, that's the point. You can trick them. So they're not these enlightened, smarter people. They're doing this for a higher cause. No. They're manipulated by the person, like the big billionaire that's in charge of them, that manipulates them. That's why they're easily tricked. Because he manipulates them first. So that's why that joke is layered. Literally, like, it's that fucking simple half the time. That's why they're so pissed. And so, yeah, the only way they're going to do it is with Osama bin Laden, who the CIA, by the way, trained. I want to remind you, the CIA trained Osama bin Laden. The guy was like a $3 billion weapon. Yeah, because what you have to realize is his training may have cost $1 billion or $1.5 billion. It was all the resources we trusted him with that he stole. That was the extra. Yeah. And so that you want to remind yourself that I know I've said this a million times, but this is why I had to start paying attention. As much as I ethically respected George W., I had to start paying attention when he claims we're going to Iraq after 9/11, when Iraq had nothing to fucking do with 9/11. Who are you trying to fool, you motherfucker? You actually had the goddamn... Fuck you, by the way. You actually had the audacity to get on that air horn. Fuck you. And literally tell those people of New York, you forgot then and there. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're ethically sound. I will always, always, always say fuck you in that aspect. Because you had the audacity to get on that air horn, on that blowhorn at ground zero and say we will not forget, and then launch 2 pointless fucking wars on Afghanistan and Iraq. We don't know where he is. We don't know where he is. So, we have to blow some shit up. Because we don't... Duh. So, yeah, I paid attention. I didn't like that. I didn't like young Americans, my generation, endlessly signing up for this asshole to be like, yeah, go to Afghanistan. Just for them to step on a fucking landmine. There's no reason for that. There's no reason for any of that. Watch Hurt Locker. There's no reason for any of that shit. And then Obama gets it done, and you're all like, who cares? That's what you acted like. Obama gets it done. Obama literally brought us Osama bin Laden. He does it. Obama. The guy that Trump wants to steal his entire legacy. Anything Obama ever did, Trump tries to convince you he did it. It's true. I mean, literally, just look it up. We spent time doing this here on this channel where we look shit up and we prove that Trump literally tried to just take credit for basically everything Obama did that benefited you. And if you couldn't take credit for it, you didn't believe it, then he tried to get rid of it. Tried to make sure it wasn't there anymore. Okay? Like everything. One of these things being the Iran nuclear deal. That said they couldn't make weapons. Obama did that. Yeah. Yep. And then now Trump is saying, well, we wouldn't have had to go to war if we had some sort of deal to make sure they didn't have these weapons. But because they had these weapons, we just had to make sure that they couldn't use them, you know? So we had to go to war. Oh. So that thing Obama did to make sure, I see. So what you did was you looked into why Obama did it, and you went, huh, this is how I can fuck Americans even more. I'm going to do that. He did this so that way Iran couldn't make weapons? Oh. Well, that's really good for, I'm going to fuck Americans some more. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that Iran nuclear deal that says they can make whatever the fuck they want. Then he goes to war. Claiming, well, if they had weapons, I mean, we got to do something about that. Dirt. Round and round it goes. Round and round it goes. Round and round it goes. Not shutting down, people have said, like, I've asked people how they don't like Obama, and one of the dumbest things I heard was the Guantanamo Bay thing, too. Because the point is, it's like the only thing. It's like the one thing. And so when they say that, it's like, look, Obama's already commented that's actually one of his biggest regrets. He's actually already commented on that. So when the guys hold himself accountable, Trump can't do that. Okay. All right, okay. Here, let me tell you. Let me lay it down for you. I'm gonna tell you how this is. Okay. All right. On one side, we have a dude who he bridges the gap for ethnic groups because again, you have to mention that he is the first half black president, so he does bridge that gap a little bit. That's why I mentioned that. But again, you have a guy that comes along, seemingly normal, likable individual. Hell, I could get along with him pretty easily. I guarantee it. I guarantee him and I could have a conversation, and I'd feel like $1 million afterwards. Okay. He's just the epitome of unity. When people are in trouble, like his own White House spokesperson in one, like his press spokesperson in one, I forget exactly her official position, but I there was a day where like she was sort of struggling through something. She's new at the position, and Trump, he makes him go out and lie for him. He doesn't even give him something where it's like, here's what you tell them so they can feel better. Oh, no. Full on anxiety. Like they have to lie about everything. They take the brunt of that. Full misinformation. And so with Obama, crystal clear, obviously integrity, you want to just be as transparent as you can, but you know, with stuff like that, it's typically dull and boring, so you have to say it in such a way that people get what you're saying, they get all of it, but it's not too simplistic where it sounds dirt to dir, and then at the same time it's not too over their heads, truthfully. So how do you do this? And so she's new to it, obviously, and she goes out there and she's obviously sort of a little nervous, kind of getting through it, and it's very, very animatronic, and she sort of kind of like clearly gets to a certain point and is now sort of kind of talking almost as if she sort of doesn't understand how to kind of answer and move from where, you know what I mean? Like in Obama's words, where she, you know what I mean? Like she's just trying to be real careful, and then he just comes out. Like you can tell he's watching, he's keeping an eye on it because he cares, because this is a person where he's trying to help coach him a little bit. He cares. And he's a president, he's doing all these things, but he's still keeping an eye on it just in case. And then he just comes out and he takes over and does it in a classic way where it's not like a filibuster where it was planned. You can kind of tell it's the sort of thing where like he's sort of just like, you know, it's just one of those things where you have to see it. You have to sort of see it and just be like, yeah, that's interesting. Like it's kind of interesting how that played out. But regardless of that, you know, you have a guy that you know, just endlessly, when he speaks, he thinks about what he says in great detail, and he tries to you know, really he really does try to be as honest and open about those answers as he can be. And you really get that. Like when he answers something, it's like, wow, he just answered the fucking question. He didn't sit here and bitch about Republicans and bitch about this and that. He just answered the question. Boy, that's nice. And so he had economic a record economic job growth record. He had a record job growth, record numbers, and then his low inflation rate continued into to Trump's. This guy deported. He actually had record immigration numbers too. Record like deportation. Like he actually did things about this. He had actual record numbers. He was, trust me, he was doing something about it. But it didn't look like concentration camps. So you have a guy that came along, unified the world in such a way where they just kind of saw a guy that was an American, but he was very, very smart. He knew about the law. He just knew how, he's very smooth. He knows how to answer something. And if he screws up, well, it's actually sort of what you're supposed to do when you screw up, where the person doesn't know it's a screw up. He's so smooth, it's just like, did he do that on purpose, or I can't even. And that guy is just awesome. That's how it works. But Trump, when he messes up, oh boy. I mean, it's everything. He can't even. I mean, this doesn't even deserve to be talked about. But he can't even fucking have somebody do something to the reflection pool without it becoming a complete disaster. And then we have to talk about the ridiculous footage. Oh, guys, come on. Do you really need me to talk about this? Why are we even talking? You don't need me to talk about this. You really don't. This is so dumb. It's so dumb. But I feel like I feel like people are just too dumb. They do not know. They won't look at it. They won't look at it themselves and the facts. They will just hear things and have no idea. So look, you want to know what really happened? This sucks that I have to fucking talk about. Like, come on. The guy did a horrible job. He was gonna sit here and do some stupid fucking thing and be like, well, I make it this color. But it fucked it up. And Donald Trump can't, again, be seen fucking something else up. So, you know, he had somebody stab a gigantic gash inside. But, you know, the footage of some lady or whoever the fuck that was randomly from really far away where, you know, it's this little thing that she's pulling out of the pool in this one little spot or something like that you can barely see. That's the evidence that we have. Look, to be honest, I saw her drop something too. I literally watched the footage and I watched her drop something and she was talking, like looking in the pool, talking about and what have we known about this? Like, it's so goddamn stupid at this point. It's so dumb. It's so fucking dumb. It's so fucking dumb. It's so fucking dumb. It's so dumb. It's as dumb as having maybe it's just as dumb or even dumber than having ICE randomly ransack Minneapolis. The Border Patrol, what the fuck are they doing in Minneapolis? Yeah, the fact that people don't understand these things. It's Border Patrol. ICE is Border Patrol. They're not fucking law enforcement. They have ordinances and jurisdiction so far from the border. Just as any other office, you can't be a Pennsylvania state cop and enforce the law in Florida. You just can't do it. If you're on vacation and you're in off duty and something really, really fucking bad happens and you witness it, well, you sort of kind of are bound to do something, but you don't have any authority to enforce the law. You just have to detain, call the cops there, and get them to deal with it. You cannot enforce the law. You aren't police. And I've already just explained that even local police, state police, are still restricted to their fucking restrictions. This is why you have restrictions. It's to help you. It's to help you. Restrictions are good. Restrictions to take our guns away. They're trying to take our guns away with restriction. Anybody that's saying this is a criminal. Anybody that's saying this, they know they're a fucking criminal. Yeah, so the cops that are saying it, they're probably getting away with crimes because they know damn well what a gun restriction is. It literally just means making sure you have to register. There is literally a local registry that your name is on that gun. A serial number must be on the gun, on the registration. Okay? Period. So if you commit a crime with that gun or somebody else steals it and commits a crime with it, it's traceable. That's it. Why wouldn't you want that? Cops would love that. You should love that. There's a number on there and everything. Yeah. Oh, and then suddenly you start understanding, you know, why in the movies and stuff they talk about, oh, he's the serial number scratched off. Duh. Gee, I wonder why they talk about that. I wonder how drugs get over the border. Duh. I'm a retard. I don't watch TV. Like, this is the point. I can literally figure this out watching Breaking Bad, and you're stupid. Like, all I gotta do is spend a month or so, you know, you want to binge Breaking Bad or something like that. Yeah, yeah. And while everything might not be true, you know, like there's definitely some stuff in there where it's like, yeah, obviously the DA would have gotten Walter White a lot before they did. Regardless of that, regardless of that, there's still some things that you can learn about that. About about a lot of the shit they showed on that show that is a real problem. Where they're getting across. It's because they're already here, you dumbasses. They've been here. Yeah, they got family after family after. It's all about family. Yeah, the the two dudes, the Salamangas, right? Wasn't that their name? The two dudes that went after Hank. That's the epitome of the problem. People that are born and bred to be terrorists and nothing else. They don't even know anything else. They just follow instruction. I mean, you may as well just call them a robot. By the way, the actors that played those guys, they're brilliant because they did such a good job. They did. But that is the epitome of what you can learn from stuff like that, where these actors are putting a lot into the performance, and there's a lot to be learned about that. They research that heavily, heavily, heavily. So obviously, there's only so much you can do under the parameters of trying to be, law enforcement and stuff like that. Certain things they're not going to reveal. They're not going to want you to reveal and stuff like that. So a lot of that stuff, that's actually, I think, why they can't write it a certain way. But they try. They try to be as informative as possible, because a lot of times when you do a show about this and you do it about that subject matter, it's just education. People don't want to do it. If you educate the young generation on that side of meth, like they see what Jesse goes through and all that stuff, they're never gonna fucking touch that shit. Yeah, like they have to see what they would turn it. They can never, like that's the point. When somebody turns into that, they're that now. They don't, to them it's normal. Like they just do that. And so like that, like there's a lot of real life stuff to be learned about that stuff, and even just the culture of learning why you should stay away from it, and the people that are kind of like that, that are bad influence and stuff. And if you remember, it wasn't his homies. It wasn't Badger. No, 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 not really. They were just as broken as him. It was that fucking town. It was those parents that every time his younger brother did something, it got pinned on him. Sometimes it ain't like that. A lot of times it's the other way around. A lot of times parents have a firstborn, and that firstborn is a goddamn heathen. And so now the parents are stupid as fuck and treat the second-born as if he is just gonna be a heathen just like the first, even though he's not. And then it's the other way around, because you got a bunch of retarded parents that don't know how to treat their kids. And the school didn't help. Nowhere along the way did anybody actually step in and fucking do anything. But all you can rationalize and recognize is that those brothers had each other's back until that's it. That's it. And nobody's trying to help. They're just trying to be hateful and nasty. Remember that? Yeah. I remember when my dad woke me up in the middle of the day one day, out of nowhere. Just out of nowhere. Dude's an asshole. Out of nowhere. Just screaming at the top of his lungs. Wakes me up. You know, I'm in my 20s. I'm not even like a child anymore. Like this, I wanted to hit him. Yeah, my older brother had done this, and he admitted to it after the fact. But this asshole, he wakes me up in the middle of the day, screaming at me. You know, gets me to go outside on the driveway, and he's yelling at me at the top of his lungs on the driveway outside because there are plastic bottle caps on the recyclables, and he had to use pliers I'd use pliers. That's how he said it, to get these off. Swear to God, the asshole woke me up in the middle of the day. You know, I was working. I had a job. I was tired as fuck. I didn't do it. Woke me up in the middle of the day. He screamed at me on the driveway in my 20s because he was taking the bottle caps off of the recycling. And I tried to tell him a million times, you're supposed to recycle them with it anyway. But again, I'm not going to lie, it wasn't me. I was just owning up to it. No, because remember, he told me to throw them away, so I would just do that. Why would I not just throw them the fuck away? Well, the real reality is my brother would always screw with him to get him to yell at me. And he would never get over this. So the point is, he was doing that for a while because he's a fucking retard. And he would do that to get a rise out of him on purpose. And I didn't do these things. I literally just wanted to mind my own business and not have to listen to that fucking asshole. So of course I'm going to throw the caps away if he's telling me that he doesn't like that. I don't want to fucking deal with that stupid shit, okay? So why would I do that? Knowing he's that way. So the point is, he brought me out there just to do that, and it wasn't even me. He didn't apologize. He didn't do anything. Later on, I just found out through my mom that my brother had admitted that it was him. Didn't say any. This is how my dad always was. Just a complete asshole. So again, you can sit here and just blame the fucking wrong kid. This is what he always did. When I was a kid, my brother did the same thing with bread. My dad would like scream at me because I didn't push all the air out of the bread and it would get moldy. And he screamed at me, and my brother heard this. So my brother knows that like he could get me to learn something wrong if he told me wrong and confused me. So he just would do that. He'd be like, no, remember Dad told you to make sure that there's plenty of air in it because, you know, that stuff needs air. It's bread. It's alive. He actually said those words too. I remember it. And sure enough, the next day when I did it, my dad shrieked at the top of his lungs, and I had to go in there and screamed in my face. And my brother thought it was so funny. Okay. So they have a history of doing this. You know, my brother and his friends, you know, he was the bad influence on them. For sure. And he has always been this way. So the point is when he instead of him just being the punchline and being okay with that, he just acts like a dumbass when he's backed into a corner. And he's not a badass. So like he's just a wuss is the point. And that's literally all that's ever happened. So like the point is, that's why he made up a story about, you know, like when I know martial arts and then he quit. Same school I was going to. He could have just stayed with me, gone up through the ranks, actually learned. But then he would have realized that I probably was going to be a little bit better. I was a little bit faster than him and stuff like he was starting to realize stuff like that. So I just think it was a competition thing for him where he just didn't want to accept, that might have been the possibility of that. I'm not really sure, but I just know that he didn't do it past like a month or a month and a half or so. And that was how he was with karate back in the day too. He did karate less than I did. He went for like 9 months a year. I went for 2 years. It was easy. They were holding me back. So I left. I went and found a kung fu school. And then after I found a kung fu school, he signed me up. He found out about this and wanted to sign up too. So he did. I loved that. Thought it was great. But just he did not keep going. And so my point is that he has always been this way. He like, even back when I was a kid, I would be sitting in the back of the car and like he would like punch me. Literally, he would just punch me. I'm like the younger kid. And he would just punch me. And I'd be like, ow. And then I would try to like interrupt my dad and my mom, who were such fucking pieces of shit parents, that they don't care about their kids. They just want to care about their conversation. So my dad would yell at me because he didn't want to deal with it. He would start literally yelling. I was telling him about how my brother was physically abusing me and punching me, and my dad didn't want to do anything. And he would actually become angry. And so if I spoke up even more, or I hit him back after he did it, then my piece of shit brother would speak up. And he'd be like, see, he hit me now. And then, of course, my dad is now looking, and now my dad sees me do it. Because he wasn't looking before. Because he's a fucking piece of shit. Just like when the cop stopped him when I was like young enough to be in a car seat, and the cop clocked him. I remember this. I was so young, I remember this. The funny thing is, you remember like the key things, right? It's funny how like even I was young enough to be in a car seat, but I remember these like two things. He was apparently going, I think it was 90 in a 55, because the cop was like, I clocked you going 90 off exit 2. I remember that. That's all I remember. Off exit, clocked you going 90 off exit 2. 90, and I was in a car seat in the back. So the point is, a cop was asking him all kinds of questions and stuff, and whatnot, normal stuff. Asked him my birthday, and he got it wrong. Yeah. My own father never knew my birthday. He would always get it wrong. True story. Literally never knew his own son's birthday. He would always get it wrong. That's how I know he didn't give a shit. Dads, literally, they care, right? You want to know your son's birthday. You just know it, like the back of your hand, because you care. And when it's his birthday, you want to give him stuff and have him have his friends over, have a party. This makes you smile, right? You want him to have fun. It makes you smile to give him what he needs, right? I never experienced this. I experienced hate. My dad didn't love me. That's literally what I experienced my entire life, my upbringing. So my brother went through that, and I went through that. And you have to realize this is what happens with drugs, with usage and stuff like that. And it's not like I didn't have times where other people tried to get me into those things, but because of martial arts, if it weren't for martial arts, oh my God, dude. If it weren't, no, that saved it. It did. It's discipline. You just don't do anything except what you're supposed to do. You don't want to, because You're training. You want to get better at training. You know, if you're actually a martial artist, you care about that. That's what I always cared about. So, you know, truthfully, you can do this and people can go through this. I remember, you know, going through it my whole life, and yeah, seeing glimpses of other parents treating their kids fairly completely differently than I was being treated. And then even sometimes I would go to school and I would say some of this stuff that was happening, and I'd be like, you know, that's abuse, right? And I'm like, nah, no, it's not. Almost like I was taught not to know what abuse is. So so like you have to understand, like, there can really be pieces of trash that just sit here and you know, just like those parents in Breaking Bad, where you can learn a lot about, you know, like, you don't know much about Jesse, you don't know much about, oh, but then all of a sudden you learn a lot when you see that dynamic of the fact that all of a sudden that the other one was doing the stuff, and he was trying. It's not like he didn't fall off the horse, but he would always try. Oh, no, this other one, he would just swoop in and manipulate it. And so, like, it, you know, the reality is, I don't think you understand how real that is. I don't think you get it. I don't think you get that that dynamic multiplies it. It's not even a multiplication. It's exponentially. You know, you've no idea of knowing of possibly calculating the amount of times that can happen in a family growing up in the United States, just because not enough outreach, you know, and education and stuff is given to these kids to have discipline, to control those tendencies, those behaviors, and to teach them, you know, that right and wrong about abuse and stuff. Because if they taught them, if they were sitting in health class or something like that, they would immediately be like, yeah, I think that's happening. I think that's happening. You see what I mean? Like, they would just immediately say that. So it's just the sort of thing where, you know, like, I definitely think there's a huge number of parents that pretend to be parents and they don't actually want the responsibility. You know, it doesn't stop. It never stops. Never. Ever. And the reason for that is because you care. Yeah, because you should. Because that's the natural thing to do. Nobody else is going to. You're the only person that's supposed to implicitly care about that person for good, because it's just built into you. So why wouldn't you? What if these folks are socially awkward and they have kids just for the sake of learning how to be more accepting in society and stuff like that? You know, they want to be friends with the kids' parents and yada yada. Oh, we have kids. Oh, now we can do all these weird things because we have kids, and now we have a place there. That's what I think. I do know that there are certain people that don't take no for an answer. Where they should not have kids for any reason. And these are the kind of people that if after the first kid you didn't have a girl, and now every kid you've had after that, you're not happy that it's a boy. So you must adopt just because you want girls. You don't love your kids. You were not content. You were not happy. And that's the reality. That's the reality. This actually happens sometimes where you have a bunch of assholes that's why they're and they come from a generation where it's the fucking hippies and stuff like that, and not that there's anything wrong with peace and love, but fornication, I mean, you got to keep that this is awkward, like I don't even want to talk about it. I don't like it. I'm such a private person about that stuff. And I've had to talk about this fucking uncomfortable shit for a lot more than I want to, than I feel comfortable talking about. It's so awkward. It really is. I'd have never been like that. I don't look at it like that. I look at it like it should be between two adults that eventually want to get there. But like I've just I just don't look at it like that. I don't know what to tell you. I know this is the normal thing, but because I grew up in that, I think I hated it. I always hated it. Like it was so weird for me. So yeah, I just you have to realize that I'm not the only one in there. You have no idea how many people like there just might be like one little thing, and then because of this one little thing, because of the social norms the way they are, you get what I'm saying? It just it blows up. You shouldn't take, like I mean, come on. You shouldn't you shouldn't make somebody feel like they're forced to do something they don't want to do. You know what I mean? Like where like it's the sort of thing where like I mean, if imagine if you had a young kid, right? Like you're a parent, right? And you have your kids, right? Imagine you're such a fucking weirdo that you think it's normal for your kids to be completely naked outside in what's called a nudist colony with other adults, other kids, and just running around. And that's not going to do something to that person's capacity to want to. You get what I'm saying? Like you're forcing the young kid and like let's say, you know, it's a vacation for you and you go every year. To you, it's a vacation, but to me, it's fucking weird as shit. That shit's fucking weird. But if I stay home alone, you're going to make me feel like this is a bad thing. If I stay, nobody will be there. I'll get lonely and I'll call you after the first day and I'll wish that I went and stuff like that. You'll actually say that and make the person feel like they should go and manipulate them to feel lonely if they don't go. So the reality is that one generation dealt with that and the other one didn't. The other one just heard the stories of that and now they want to play fucking victim because they know it happened to me. And I've never said anything. Because I was past it. I was moved on. Whatever. But then all this happened. And now you just, because they know about that, and we're told honestly, respectfully, with trust, they're just using that to play victim. Oh, that happened to me too. Oh, yeah. No, it didn't. Every fucking, No, try having your older brother tell you that he's supposed to be here to watch you when you get home from school, and you come home to an empty house just to get home to somebody that's going to literally try to fuck you in the ass and beat the hell out of you. That's real neglect and abuse, okay? That's what it sounds like. Okay. Not you after the fact, you have all these problems that you want to fucking blame on something that didn't actually happen. You're just making shit up. No. And they know that. They know I actually had a real doctor's thing and a real report, a real everything. They know that. They know that I went and did the one thing you shouldn't do, and I went and told the school when I was younger. Well, that's what my dad would say you shouldn't do. But of course you should. And that's the point. It caused all these problems, and that's what he would teach you. You know, he would teach you things like that. Oh, you shouldn't do that because that's, if you tell him that, then that just causes a problem for you. So that's why that never came out and stuff like that. Where I'm not allowed to tell anybody anything because it's just a problem. You know, again, I wanted to play football. I remember I wanted to play football. And I wasn't allowed to play football because he wouldn't. It was injuries. It was injuries. I was going to get injured and he didn't want to pay for hospital. I remember one time I hit my head on the back of a chair and had stitches right here. I still have the scar a little bit. And he was responded and everything. But then after the fact, like, even at the hospital, he was acting weird. And then after the fact, I got really terrified because I was like coming up to my room and I literally overheard him yelling at my mom about how when I hit my head, the next time I hit my head, I'm never going to the hospital again because the stitches were $9,000 or whatever the fuck he was yelling or something. You know, like it. You're really going to yell across the house and make your son feel terrified that he can't go to the hospital if he hurts himself? Yeah, I wonder if he's going to be afraid to do anything. I wonder if he's going to be afraid to do anything and get injured. I wonder what you just did. I think I was like 13 or 14 when that happened. That was like that's that awkward stage. Yeah. Right then. Cool. Right? Real nice guy. Real nice guy, right? So you have to understand, guys. You know, I got over that shit, got away from it, and then by the time I came back and stuff like that, and the lazy fuck had moved out and stuff like that, and continued being lazy somewhere else, and everybody else was in that process too. You know, I also learned that he was like, you know, he was like suddenly making them pay rent and stuff, which he never did before, and all that. Like, he was just doing all these things to like manipulate people that he didn't want around anymore to not be here anymore. Like, it was just obvious he was trying to do that. You know, just like when now he could call and be nice because the situation is what it is. Instead, he chooses to call on my birthday. My birthday. My actual birthday. Because remember, he can't fucking remember it. And yell at me. Didn't have any reason either. It was just complete nonsense. No, it's not. Like, I didn't even know where to begin with that. It was just complete nonsense. What are you even talking about? So, you know, I just... The guy is literally the worst motherfucker. Period. And the point is, it's not for the lies that they said, it's just for all the other stuff that happened to me. And even I didn't do this. Even I didn't feel like you should throw the person away to rot forever. Like, he didn't directly do those things. I was just blaming him. And yeah, while he was a piece of shit all those years, I mean, how am I any better if I'm sitting here just blaming him and trying to find a reason to... No. If I can reflect and stuff like that and get over it and just fine, then it is what it is. But you know, I just... throwing somebody in jail that's randomly he's almost 80. I just like, what the fuck was the point of that? What the fuck? What was the point of that? I don't even understand the point of jailing in the first place. These are correctional facilities. Why are we throwing people away to rot? Are we supposed to correct their behavior? What you get what I'm saying? Like I get not making sure somebody's not a danger to society and stuff like that anymore. But that's not what that looks like. And I feel very strongly about that, and a lot of other people do. I think there's a good number of law enforcement that feels that way too. I've heard that before. It's not just me that thinks that way. It's not. This is the issue. This is part of the issue where you have this victimizing system where people can milk the system to kind of, you know, get the wrong person, you know, something to happen to the wrong person or something like that, where it's a matter of taking advantage of those various things that are supposed to help people, but they're not looked at and re-regulated and stuff like that for, you know, for the times. So yeah, I mean, I think about the sheer number of things that have happened that, like, in my life where yeah, there's all this weirdness just because of this one person that manipulates it. Like, he can't be honest, and he's actually so dishonest he even tells people he's honest to a fault and stuff. No, that's me. That's me. He's you don't see what he's doing? The same thing they've always done. So like this is just how he learned to combat bullying and stuff, and things that he perceives as bullying. He never learned how to deal with bullies because he never learned how to actually defend himself. That's the point. Like, he doesn't deal with that the same way. He gets angry and plots and doesn't face it head on. And teaches other people wrong too. By, essentially being around that behavior and seeing it, it's for sure it's contagious. It's infectious. So, I mean, I suspect that there are reasons for this, but there's really no reason, for me to sit here and say all that and talk, all that about, like, just nonsense that has to do with me and my situation. But really the main point is that, given everything I just said, even in just my ridiculous situation, now think about somebody else's life. Totally different situation, different scenario, grew up differently, different parents, different this, different that, and apply everything I just said, but to another different fucked up parent that they clearly had a fucked up upbringing too, and stuff like that. You get what I'm saying? I mean, like, when my dad grew up and he acted out, it was the sort of thing where pretty sure they had a belt involved. It was, it's that sort of thing. Like it just different generation. I mean, it really was different generation. So, I mean, like, that is hateful. All that does to that person is that aggression and anger that's coming out right there. Well, that kid remembers that. So all they're gonna do is, the next time somebody crosses them at school or something like that, it is very rageful. And he was somebody that could never defend himself. He doesn't, like, he's not like, somebody that sits here and learns a lot of self-defense or anything like that. I've certainly, tried to give people tips over the years and stuff like that, but it's, again, it's not like, I think he was athletic once, but it's not like he's not like fat or anything, but it's, I mean, you get what I'm saying. So if a larger person, a bully in his school or something like that, would have challenged him, yeah, like, he probably would have been the nerd, the skinny kid at the time or something like that. He would not have been able to deal with that. Much like I was. I was not, in middle school and high school, while I did martial arts, what you have to understand is martial arts is very difficult, and when you're young and stuff like that, you just don't have the physical capacity to be able to defend yourself in reality against an adult. You don't. They are stronger, they have leverage, they are more developed. It's plain and simple. You will not, don't ever expect that. you just can't. You really cannot expect that. And so the point is that as you develop and you get older and stuff like that, that stuff, you sort of grow into that, and you go through the maturity stage and stuff. So in high school, I had started putting a lot more time in, basically like right pretty much after school, pretty much. Whenever somebody would get home, I would be able to get dropped off. And I would just try to, do 2-3 hours every night if I could. Um, but a lot of times it was 2 or 3 nights. Um, because just 2 or 3 hours every night, man, it was rough. You'd get injured. You want to take off some nights and stuff like that. So I did a lot of time, and every week I was always putting a ton of hours in. And so, by the time I was getting finished with high school, I was about 4 or 5 years into kung fu training, past the 2 years I spent in karate. So I was starting to get a lot. But at that point, and then the maturity stage where I'm not really like I'm more of an adult now. Um, Definitely 17, 18, 19. That was definitely when martial arts started finally making a lot more sense. And so, really was more after that high school phase. I finally, and it started looking better too. Uh, I was just a lot better with the stuff. So, um, the point is that obviously you're gonna in school and stuff when you're growing up. A lot of times they'll have an unfair advantage. It's just gonna happen. Um, and so you need that protection, that security blanket. No amount of martial arts or anything is gonna make that kid feel. I assure you, the martial arts training that a kid gets, a lot of times you have to realize about that is yeah, they might learn to defend themselves maybe against another kid, maybe not, but it's more about the fact, obviously that can be hit or miss with maturity and attention span. Um, it's more about the fact that they're learning the discipline to not do something stupid, to not actually try to harm the person. The discipline to recognize that person is probably going through something too, and the reason they're directing it at you is exactly that. They're going through something, and it happened right there when you reminded them of it. So I always had that discipline. I always tried to remember that, to be peaceful and stuff like that, and I was. And so, like, that's the point, is while you can teach it and hope that they get it, not everybody's going to get it. It's not going to happen with everybody, and it's not going to be the sort of thing where you can force somebody to understand that concept. It has to do with them being able to apply it. So I was able to apply this by separating myself. I would try very hard to not be here, not be around that fucking asshole. He's slamming doors. I always had a job. I was always at a friend's house. I would disappear for months at a time at a friend's house, take my computer, LAN party, this and that. I didn't want to be around the asshole. Did not want to be around him. He's a complete douchebag. And that's the point. That's the point. Like, he would use this endless thing to manipulate people. Oh, I do so much. Monetarily, what have you done, though? What have you done? Except, you get what I'm saying? So it's almost like doing that to keep the person there. You know what I mean? That doesn't help. That doesn't, like, I mean, you get what I'm saying? I always worked. I always had something. And then I had to stop doing that Because of all this stupid shit. And then, and then you got somebody else hounding you at your job that you should never work with because that person doesn't know how to fucking act at work. You do, but that person doesn't. You never worked with that person before, but, that's why you really don't spend a lot of time around them at home, too, because they fucking act like that at home, too. Listen, if endlessly all you do is bitch about people at your job, then you've got a problem. Like it's every job, every single one. Well, that's not the case for me. It's just not. Right back. Oh, man. Sorry, I was trying to not interrupt myself there. I apologize. It's if you sit here and you are endlessly a fucking retard at your job, and you can't let other people do their job. You have to sit here and be around them all the time. You can't leave them alone. You gotta and then now you sabotage little things about their job too. You intentionally say, yeah, you're just as evil as that other fucker, and you were trying to get me to work there so that you could fucking make it look like the other way around because you sabotage people and you are a fucking scammer. So the 10 likes were at 10. Now they're at 9. Don't you find this interesting? As soon as I started along this, we started seeing the confetti button too. Just really, really going, that confetti button. 9 likes, 10 likes to 9. Yeah, I wonder why that's going on. Gee, I wonder. Oh, there's the 8 too. Social engineering. So again, this person is very manipulatable. The person I just mentioned, that person is very easily manipulatable. So they're dumb. They're going to see that and they're going to be like, oh, all these people are watching. That's what they do. So that person that sees this, that acts like that, what they do is they go around telling everybody at their church, their friend that's a pastor, this person, that person, just a bunch of lies. That sort of sounds better for them or something like that, but it's really just a bunch of made up shit. And that's why they're going around telling everybody. Because they feel embarrassed, but all they'd have to do is shut the fuck up and mind their own business. But yet here they are. So the point is they are manipulated. And, look, man. The person that endlessly watches nonstop murder mysteries all day long, all fucking day. No, you don't watch anything else. You know, again, it's literally just like when I told you that if all you ever do is listen to depressing music, you're gonna be fucking depressed, okay? Don't do that, okay? You want to listen to that from time to time because it helps you reflect, fine, okay? But if all you ever do is spend your entire day watching fucking murder shows, talking about forensics, the murder weapon was found in the house. Murder this and murder that and blah, 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 blah. And that's all you do is watch forensics about murder. Gee, I wonder why all this is happening. I wonder why the moron cops think something's because you're so dumb and these moron cops are spying and think shit because they're spying and they're stupid and they go to church. So they don't watch this. But meanwhile, they would actually use illegal technology this fucked up and not look at it like that. So literally, they're this dumb, they don't understand. But meanwhile, you're such a retard. You watch that all day and you don't understand why the fuck the moment you leave, I go down there and change it to fucking CNN. You're this dumb. You're like, oh, gee, durr. And then meanwhile, you're trying to convince me that somebody pulled a gun on you at Walmart, but you drove all the way home and you didn't drive to the police station. They pulled a gun on you, and this is why you needed to come home, and you can't work at Walmart, and blah, 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 blah. But, you know, you drove all the way home. You drove all the way home and didn't drive to the police station. Oh, yeah, I don't fucking care. She already fucked that. That's on her, not me. That's on her. That is not me. The moment that you call me and tell me somebody blew your fucking car up, yeah, I'm done with that. You did it, not me. You told me that over the phone. And then I proceeded to call 911 based on those parameters. That's your problem. So guess what? It's your fault. Yep. So that ain't my problem anymore. Yep. It's your fault. I'm gonna make those mistakes. Because I am gonna talk about it now. Because I must. That's right. Because you're stupid and you endlessly do this and you force everybody else to know everybody's business. You've always been this way, you fucking retard. Because of this, now I must endlessly defend myself. And those things are going to happen. So why should I care? Yeah. I mean, that's the point. Walmart's trash anyway. They're the ones that sat here and blew up her car. Yeah. Like, literally, that's what you have to realize. Walmart doesn't like her. They are following her around all over the place. They follow her all the way home through the cameras. They follow her on the way to work. They're the ones that fucked up her phone. Yeah. Yep. It's literally them. But, you know, the police they don't investigate their lot. But, you know, after a car blows up a week later, I drive through the lot and find like 5 illegal things going on. 2 expired inspection tags. Some dude sitting in a pickup truck that looks like he's waiting for a vehicle swap. All this random other people loitering in the front of the store that, again, look like they're looking for very much scamming things like I just said. And no cops. Except for the one angry cop that after driving around the town for an hour, announcing on live stream, I can't find any cops, I finally find myself come back to the same Walmart just to see a cop pulling somebody over who happens to be driving into the parking lot, so they have to come in there to follow them in there. And now this cop visually is angry getting out of their car, which is exactly what I see all over this area. Cops being visually angry at people that they're pulling over. So the cops in this area are criminals and need to be checked. And that's why this is all happening. Like, yeah, that shit's weird. All that shit's weird. For sure. All my family's weird. That asshole's an asshole. Nothing illegal, though. None of that shit. Nothing. So that's the point. Yeah, weird. It sucks. Damn. You want to talk about the evidence now? You want to show somebody the evidence, or are you just going to continue claiming that you're protecting victims? This is the point. And then, like, they published this in the paper, conveniently not putting the evidence, just saying what the charge was. That should tell you all you need to know, that there's no information on it. Just absolutely none. You can't find anything. Can't research it. Nobody's supposed to talk about it. Yeah, even their legal representation said that. Yeah, everybody's just being bought out. I think it is somebody that sits at the top of whatever the Amish community is around here, where they decide things for the area, okay? And I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to tell you why. Remember that thing I talked about where even in my area, they don't fix roads? They just damage your car. So, you know, the assholes in the area that just drive their metal-wheeled tractors on the road to damage the road, they did that. If I did that, I'd be charged. The cop would pull me over and, like, look at everything I damaged and charge me. But if an Amish person does it, I swear to God, it's okay. I swear to God. They are privileged. They sit above the rest of us. I swear to God. So these privileged people that claim to be more Christian than everybody else, these faggots that sit above everybody. Again, it's not the women. It's the men. The men. They rape the women too. They're all incest. I swear to God, like, that's what you have to realize. Like, the Amish community, huge rape reports. They had a big murder recently that, you know, the person was abducted. What you have to realize is the men. I pointed out the fact that Mennonites, it leaks into the Mennonites too. That guy in that business that ran that business and treated women a certain way. This is what he does. And so the point is that, you know, similar to the asshole that treated all of us the certain way, this is exactly the way that men and stuff act in the Amish community, where it's just this superiority complex of, you know, control complex, where they can just sort of kind of take over and do whatever the hell they want because, you know, they're the man and they decide things. Okay? So I'm getting really sick and fucking tired of car after car after car having endless repair damage because you, Pennsylvania, sit here and do not fix the roads. I will record an Amish person damaging the road in their tractor. And you will throw stones, you call it fresh oil and chips. And you'll just throw oil and stones on that road for me to drive down the road and destroy my vehicle. Because again, it will destroy the vehicle. Not just damage it, it will destroy it. Period. Those stones are smacking against the undercarriage and everything under there at 60, 70, 80 miles an hour. You know, I mean, again, you're talking about stones being thrown up by your tires, by friction. We're not talking about just, you know, them moving at the same airspeed. No. A tire is rocketing those things up into your undercarriage. So these assholes endlessly don't have steamrollers. They're supposed to get a steamroller. They're supposed to roll those stones in to the oil. But they just expect you to drive over it. Well, that is illegal. It actually is. You have the knowledge to know that stones damage vehicles. Huge amount of stones. If a stone truck would accidentally dump loose stones on the road, it has to be cleaned up, right? Can't have loose stones. So why is it? Why would it be regular practice for you to put loose stones and not only that, oil? You actually say oil too, fresh oil and chips. Because you can't say stones. You know, if somebody takes a picture of that, you're sued immediately. So you say chips. They're stones. It's fucking limestone. That is literally fucking limestone, cinder block stone. Okay? That's what we're talking about. We're talking about stones smacking against your undercarriage. Okay? This literally seizes brake calipers. Stones get in there, it seizes them up. It just literally gets lodged in the system and they just seize up. What are you, fucking retarded? It's a known thing. And they've been doing this forever. They've been doing it my whole life, as long as I've been here. They're this dumb. That's stupid. So again, think about all the other dumb things this state and the local ordinances, the governments in Pennsylvania do. Just like why, again, Pennsylvania should be a swing state. Why should Pennsylvania have all these electoral votes? We're dumb. We should not have more say. We're a bunch of retards. Yeah. A lot of UFO reports in the state, too. Imagine that. People are stupid in this state. I mean, if I could count the number of times, I mean, I can't. I really can't. And again, so many people I grew up with, you would have a conversation with them and just, they're dumb. And get angry at you for how dumb they are. Like literally, you can't even get dumber than that. Like actually becoming and doubling down and more angry at somebody calling you dumb and stuff like that. Like you're the one being dumb. Or, I'm not calling somebody autistic dumb. I'm calling a apparently seemingly intelligent, normal brain person stupid because you have the ability to look shit up. This is the age of information, and you're all stupid. So, I don't know what to tell you when endlessly you do dumb things like dump oil and stones on the road and call it fresh oil and chips. And every day, every single day, every BMW, and not only that, motorcycles. If you would drive a motorcycle down this stretch of road, well, you might lose control, but not only that, you're going to get stones rocketing at that engine, the brakes on that cycle, the sides, the wheel itself. It's going to go flying up on the wind guard. It's going to go smacking against your helmet. And it's going to hit you. You. Not just the car. So again, like, they don't care. Like, they just think about it like this. Oh, cars will just drive over it. And, like, this is how fucking dumb these motherfuckers are. They don't give a shit that your car is going to get damaged either. Like, they can't rationalize that how many windshields, get a crack in it from a little stone from a truck or something. Like, they're so dumb. They don't give a shit. It's their own cars driving over it too. But they're this dumb. It's their own cars. They're this fucking stupid. And smacking against the front, the windshield, the undercarriage, and lodged in the fucking brake calipers. And you're this dumb. Yeah, you don't look because you don't do your job. And you don't look at the statistics of the car repairs in the area, too. You don't look at just the sheer number of people in the area that have replaced brake calipers and brakes in the past several years, and then compare this in concentrated areas where you do this fresh oil and chips. Oh, that's data. Oh, that's how you could use it to your advantage for a reason to do good. But no, you just collect the data, sell it, so that you can just fucking da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da and make endless fucking money off of people instead of what you should be doing. This is what the problem is. This is why people like me become fucking Democrats. And then you want to sit here and be like, oh, it's them. No, we become Democrats. I swear to God, I would go into the government and just be a Democrat. If I were a senator, I'd be a Democrat. Period. End of discussion. Okay? They go into that party because that party actually does things. They actually fucking do things. Yeah, they regulate shit, make sure that shit doesn't happen. Because they are the rich people that care. They're not the rich people that are milking you. No. They're the ones that have nice cars and nice things, and they want to take care of them, too. Idiots. The fucking Republican douchebag Trump-voting retards are the ones that are driving down the road. Oh, it's just some stones. Ha ha ha. Pushing the gas as hard as they can. They don't care. They'd probably admit to it, too. Yeah. Okay, so remember who's the dumbass in that equation. Remember that. Remember who's the fucking retard in that equation, okay? Remember who that is. Remember who that is. I want to remind you that one of the dumbest people alive is a billionaire. He's stupid as shit. Other people give him ideas all the time. And his name is Elon Musk. That guy is dumb as fuck. I see this all the time. And look, I commend him for being honest in some regard. The guy's honest in some regard where somebody gives him an idea. Well, I think that's where he doesn't want to get sued. Somebody gives him an idea and he wants to give him credit for it. Yeah, I think that's really what that is. But he's a billionaire, so let's be honest, he could probably get away with it. So I think in that regard, he's just being honest. And so let's be honest when we deduce that and figure that out and observe the fact that Elon Musk doesn't have any ideas. Somebody else comes along and says, you know, it'd be a smarter idea to do this. And he goes, actually, now that you say that, yeah, we're going to do that. Yeah, I can't. Wow, now that you say that, yeah, we're definitely going to do that. I can't believe I didn't even think about it like that. Yeah, we're going to do that. And so again, he can recognize it, acknowledge it, very logical thinker, but you can be logical and be fucking stupid. That's called my dad. That's my point. This guy, his whole life, nothing but logic. Complete asshole. Complete fucking douche bag. Yeah, very logical. Very fucking logical. But a moron. A douchebag. He's right about everything, but he's not. I swear to God, like there were so many fucking times he's just wrong and he thinks he's right because he's a logical thinker. That's the problem. The problem is they think they're always right. It's narcissistic tendencies. Donald Trump he's not even smart, so that's the worry there. But with Elon Musk, what you have to worry about with him is like real skills, engineering and rocket engineering understanding and stuff like that. The obviously this guy, you know, like a billionaire tweeting things like that's why that has a, you know, like that, you know, a billionaire tweets something, morons listen. Like it's so stupid. Like they have a fucking fan base and everything. Well, it's just a bunch of retards that want to get rich and be fans. You know, and try to be helpy helpertons. But I like the one time I was making food and this fucking retard, he doesn't know how long I've been cooking the food. He just again, I guess because he saw my brother do this and my brother's a fucking retard and cooks everything on high. He just assumes I'm a retard. And so when I was younger, he would always do this shit. He would always, like, if I had boiling water or something like that and I needed it boiling, I needed it to do that. He would literally just come over and turn it all the way down. And there were so many times I'd come over to my food and it's not even cooked. It's been sitting here. It's now lukewarm, half cooked because he fucking turned it down because he's a goddamn retard. And so what I learned was just that as I got older and I challenged him, that was the one time I challenged him. He didn't challenge it back. He learned that I would continue challenging him. So he started being an angry, pushy asshole after this, is the point. What I said was, why do you always do that? I hate it when you do that. Stop doing that. It's really annoying. Don't do that. That's all I did. Like, literally, it would just come over and just turn the fucking burner down. Like, I'm not cooking that fucking thing. Like, what an asshole. He's got to control everything. So, he would, and it would just piss me off. And, because I couldn't even eat sometimes because he would do that. Like, my food would be gone. and he would bitch. Like this asshole, if I spent money on my food, hard-earned money on my food, and I want to put it in that fridge, and then he would eat it. He would actually eat it. Other people would eat my food. My brother, I would buy an entire thing, spend my money, and that asshole is sitting there playing Counter-Strike all day. I would spend my fucking money on food, and then he would eat the whole box. And then so this asshole would bitch and yell at me just because I spent money on my food and put my name on it. So this is the fucking point. That's why I got a fucking fridge, I separated myself. That's why. Because that fucking asshole would steal everything I had. If I bought it, it's his. Everything. So, and my mom, she can't take care of anything. If I have something downstairs and she starts to use it, it'll be broken in weeks. Broken. Completely broken. Physically, it won't work anymore. She will not clean it properly. It will be broken. Those are my parents. One breaks shit, doesn't know how to take care of it. The other is incessantly pissed off when you don't know how to take care of shit and break it. So they have a problem with each other, never worked through it, and took it out on us. It's literally that. The whole fucking time. So anyway, the point is, you can be a complete fucking asshole and just never know it. You just think you're right about everything. But you're not. But you're not. I mean, like, come on, man. You get what I'm saying? Come on, man. That's ridiculous. Yeah, do I talk like Biden? I didn't even try that one. I don't try this stuff. I really don't. Just talk like that. I don't know if that's a PA thing. He's from PA too. Probably is. Probably what it is. Now, I've always liked the state because of the parks and the conservation of wildlife and stuff like that. Those are the parts that I liked. I've always liked that. So why the fuck aren't you fixing the roads? You just dumping stones and oil on them? You know that oil goes into the farms, you retard. You're putting toxic sludge straight off the road and into the fucking soil. Yep, the rain washes it right into the soil. And you're so dumb, you don't know, oh, why are my crops near the road? No, it's because of the trash and the pollution. No, it's because the fucking retards that are supposed to be cleaning the road are dumping oil on it. You can't dump oil on anything, you fucking morons! God damn it, you're stupid. Oil is toxic for anything. The environment, it is oil. Anything, it's toxic. You cannot dump oil. Period. We shouldn't even be using it. It should stay way under that fucking earth. Christ, man. But, nope. Just oil. So, obviously you guys, obviously you guys know that, a lot of why I have to get personal is because we have a scammer, and this person decided to make what is happening to my family everybody else's fucking business. Okay? So that is why I have had to get personal. Okay? And obviously it's stalking, it's harassment. Even as I just said that just now, I watched the 9 likes go from 8. So we're still socially engineering. We're still fucking around with the stream, trying to get people to, you know, think various things. That's the social engineering. So this is why I started this with like, you know, like trying to educate my family to just not watch. Stay the fuck off social media. Leave me the fuck alone. But as you can see, pretty much everyone in my family will make my life miserable if I'm streaming. Well, because I'm telling you the truth. That's the reality. The reality is when you tell the truth, what do people try to do? What do the ICE agents try to do to Alex Preddy? What does Trump do to Jimmy Kimmel? What happens? Oh, confetti laugh emoji. It wasn't moving it at all. Literally wasn't doing that. The second that I point out what the behavior is lately in adults in public, the second that I point out the behavioral issue in adults lately, like the snap of a finger, laugh emoji, confetti laugh emoji, all at the same time. And just like those likes coming up, again, just like this person instantly reacting to things based on what I say in the thing on the stream. Just the very second that I say this or that. Well, that's social engineering. I mean, there's no other reason for that person to be there to do that except to get that reaction, to get that response right when I say that. So, yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. And more so should drive the point home the more that happens. You know, the more you see this ridiculous nonsense of removals and stuff like that. No, the point is when I was telling them personal information, they're learning personal information. That's data mining. That's what they're doing. Okay. So again, the scammers are just doing this to learn all this shit. Okay. All right. But the police are actually being used for it. So they're the catalyst. And meanwhile, at the end of the day, some of you might end up getting branded terrorists where you just sat here and kind of meddled around and stalked people. And you know, half of those people that are recognizing that they did that and they did bad things, well, they're the retards that are forming groups in Washington trying to claim, you know, that we need to retake the country and some stupid shit like that, and they're Confederates. And do you have any idea how racist that is? You know that's racist, right? Did you know that? So again, me sitting here saying my mocha jokes and stuff, that don't matter. That's a joke. Everybody knows it's a joke. I'm just saying a joke. It's supposed to be funny. Who cares? I'm white just like a cracker. I'm whiter than a saltine. Okay? Nobody fucking cares. It's just a joke, man. Okay? But what those assholes are doing? Oh, that is racist. Because the Confederacy was for slavery. And that's what they're standing for. That's why the rebel flag is not the rebel flag. It's the Confederate flag. Okay? And that's why we don't stand for this stuff. Okay? That's why some of y'all need history lessons. You need to remember that we had a civil war already. And we're being manipulated to get back to that because we killed each other. There was like basically no Americans left after the Civil War. That's what they want. Military was very small, actually, when we first got started, too. Our military was actually really small until World War II, I believe. Well, actually, I think around pre-world, maybe World War One, but around there, I'm pretty sure before World War One, we had a military similar to the size of what Switzerland has. I think that's what it was about there. We weren't. And so, like, again, what the fuck do you think what do you fuck do you think this guy's doing? We have laws and immigration for illegals. We do. It's not ICE. That's illegal. That was branded illegal. It was by many courts in the past. So why is Trump doing it? Well, because he's the first one that can go around the courts. Yeah. Presidents can't use ICE to randomly ransack cities. They can't do it. It's Border Patrol. It is their federal funds. They have no jurisdiction. It's state and local authorities. Your state has supremacy. Your state is your state. It's like a country almost. Almost. So some states have actually even applied for this to be separated from the United States because they're just so different. They deserve it. And so, like, it's a really long waiting period, but they've applied for it. And so, like, that's what you have to understand is, like, the state government actually does override federal government a lot of times on a lot of different things. That's how it's supposed to be. You know, the feds, they think this because the feds on authoritative levels oftentimes will have jurisdiction over police just because the FBI has more jurisdiction and investigative things because of matters of national security. That's it. It has to do with that. And Trump is milking this for all it's worth. He is. And the part of the problem with doing that is when you do that, some of those things where the FBI was able to do what they were able to do because for so many years, so many of those guys were good, ethical people that did not abuse the FBI. Trump, this is what he does. He'll come in and fire everybody that's competent, it's been working, and they do the jobs, they're trustworthy, and keep criminals, hire criminals. You know, people actually like with a real criminal history too, and they're doing criminal things. One of the first things Kash Patel did as director was literally use his position his official position in an illegal capacity. Completely illegal capacity. It was one of the first things he did. It was one of the most scammy things he did too. So all those scam baiters out there that are working with the FBI, I want to remind you, there's a really good chance that you're being used. And I would direct your attention to what he did when he first got that position. I'm not trying to say this to be political. I really want you guys to be informed here, okay? Kash Patel, when he first got his position, one of the first things he fucking did, one of the very first things that he did, and I just watched a light come off from 7 to 6 right as I said that, and then here's the down flux. So right as I said that, they're trying to detrend the stream because I said that. Right when he first, we're down this 5 likes. Okay, so 6 to 5. All right, you want to keep FBI? You want to keep sitting here proving that you're doing it? One of the first things he did after getting this position was he used his social media to announce his incredibly illegal, like he was selling like merchandise, like cash bucks, right? Like cash things, like it said just cash on them and stuff like that. And so like basically it's completely illegal. The director of the FBI is not supposed to use his position and stuff like that. In that man, it's actually one of the first things it says you can't have like a business or something like that. Like there's a lot of national security reasons why you don't do this. And that was the moment that the hackers got him, because he went on social media and did all that. So that connected the data. It was his real Facebook account. Like he's just a moron. And so like there's no way in hell this guy deserves or is qualified to be the highest level of law enforcement in the country. Like I said, I could think of guys in Pennsylvania that are far more qualified than us, asshole. And what's his qualification? And we've gone through this before. We talked about this before. I want to remind you. So we don't need to talk about it again. We really shouldn't need to. But the point is, we've had those streams where we went through everything that the director of the FBI should be able to do and is expected to do. And he's doing absolutely none of it. In fact, so many of those things that he is expected to be able to do, one of the first things that happened to him was that he got locked out of his own computer and he couldn't even figure out a password thing. Like they literally hacked into his fucking FBI computer and have his password. And so he got locked out of that and he couldn't even figure that out. And that actually came out too. There's released information. Like he's this dumb. Director of the FBI got locked out of a fucking password thing. Yep. Something you and I can do with a 2-step verification. This fucking retard got locked out of his fucking laptop. Yep. Literally, we're talking about a 2-step verification issue, and this fucking retard got locked out of his laptop. Okay. One of the first things that happen. So, look. The point is that this is not Republicans and Democrats anymore. And I've been saying this for a while. It hasn't been for a long time. We're just talking about Democrats versus a bunch of criminals. They have come out and shown their true colors. They are not your representatives. They are criminals. Every last one of them. Because they gave power to Trump. Power they should not have given him. They are doing that. They are running things. It is majority Republican. That's Congress right now. Okay? He is able to do what he's able to do because they are controlling it. Okay? I mean, it's literally that basic. Congress can stop him at any point. Congress literally could just take control of the military if they want. They could. They're not doing it. Yeah. They could just deem him unfit for office, which he is, and take control of the military. And flat out, when they almost sort of did that to end the Iran war, where, again, everybody, even Republicans, were switching and voting the other way. Remember what Mike Johnson did? That stupid faggot. Remember what he did? He literally shut it down. He just shut it down. He's just like, yeah, we're shutting it down for the day, so the vote doesn't go in. They're voting to end the war. No more bombing or endless random bombing of an all-girls school. What the fuck? And no, we'll just shut it down. Okay. I want to remind you, when I get the scam text messages, they don't say stop the Republicans from doing. No. It's the other way around. They always fucking say some stupid shit about how the Dems are trying to push this thing and blah 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 blah. It's really bad. And it's like, stop the Dems now. Click this link to stop the Dems now. It's a fucking scam. That's the most obvious scam bullshit text message I've ever seen. Stop the Dems? And then it's like not even happening. It's just complete lie. All you do is Google it and be like, are the Dems trying to... No, there's no credible evidence to say that the Democrats are trying... And not only that, how can you say that that's accurate when it's Republican control right now? The Democrats can't even speak. Like literally the Democrats try to sit here. Hakeem Jeffries tries to get something passed and literally tries to even say he's trying to get something passed. And these fucking assholes will just literally talk over him and take his time. And he's so nice. Like, he's too nice in this world today. He really is. I have so much respect for somebody that can maintain that. That is incredible. But he's too nice. He really is. Like, they just walk all over that. And at the end of it, all he does is go, well, now I can't even present this thing that I came here to present. Like, he literally had no business being there. He just showed up just for them to never let him talk, never let him even present the thing that he came there to present, that he typed up, that his people have elected him, and that clearly they want him to do this and stuff like that. And he's their representative. But no, he can't do this. He does represent people, but no, you won't hear it. You just shoot him down. And not only that, he has every right to use his position to try to push some sort of bill or anything, really, and to talk about it. That's literally what they're there to do. That is your elected official to do that very thing. And the Republicans just go, no, we don't want to hear it. Like the most basic thing, free speech, and it's your representative, and they're actually taking away his most basic function in Congress, speaking on your behalf. But not only that, they won't even let him speak to even try to say, here's what I'm going to do. They just won't let it happen because they know he's one of the good ones and has good fucking ideas. That's why they do not want you to hear what the good ideas are. They don't want you to hear any good ideas coming from the Democrats. They just want to shut them up because they know you're paying attention. Yep, they know it's not just me. They know full well that you'll be pressed. It's not just me. You will be pressed. If you're being called stupid, you'll actually look this shit up. And you'll be like, oh, damn, he's right. Shit. Damn it. Yeah, that's the reality. You know full well that if I call you stupid, finally you'll look it up. You won't look it up any other time. You'll vote for this asshole. This piece of shit will literally kill people. He will literally kill people. He will literally kill people. And you'll endlessly vote for this guy. And I'm not talking about terrorists like drone strikes and stuff. People want to bitch about Obama. No. That's a drone strike on a terrorist. I'm not talking about that. We're talking about this asshole killing people, like old people, cutting their Medicare, their Social Security, their health insurance, all these things, killing them. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about that shit. He didn't have a solution. Obama Affordable Care Act. Obamacare. What did Trump do? What did he do? You want to bitch about Obamacare? Well, guess what? Fuck you. Because Trump didn't do anything, dumbass. endless retards that voted for Trump, what did he do? Ever. What has Trump ever done? Ever. Name one thing. One. He's not good for the economy. He's jack fucking shit for that. Did not end the Ukraine war. It's getting worse. He was going to end that in a day, remember? No new wars. Venezuela and Iran. What the fuck is he doing? Who the fuck did you vote for other than a terrorist? When there was proof on January 6th that the election was fair, and there was proof, and all these people were manipulated by that piece of shit right now that is doing all this illegal shit, that is manipulating you, is killing people, is doing all of this. You were manipulated. On January 6th, you stormed the Capitol, manipulated by a Stop the Steal campaign paid for by Donald Trump. Paid for. There's evidence. He paid for it. And you showed up on January, so you killed cops, chanted fucking senators' names, and you showed up by the thousands in insurrection for this piece of shit. What did he do? What has he ever done? Ever. Ever. Nothing. Less than nothing. Just like his businesses. If he had simply done nothing and invested his businesses in an index fund, again, it would have been better than him doing what he did. I'm going to say that again. Donald Trump, the guy that claims to be the billionaire and embroiders a hat that says he's right about everything, he's got to wear that. This is not a child. This is an adult, by the way, that's past 80 years old now. And this guy, he didn't do a goddamn fucking thing. Not one thing. Not one. Obama has all this shit that he did that helped you. And every time along the way, we prove that it's something that helped you. We talk about it. Trump has tried to take credit for that very thing. Tried to claim he did it. And then when he couldn't, he gets rid of it. Eliminates. It's a thing that helps you. Protects you. The Iran nuclear deal. EPA regulate basic environmental protection regulations. Gone. Yeah, dumping oil waste in waterways. So the retarded person that's a cop that's sitting here showing up at somebody's house because they're reporting that their water is brown, you are a terrorist. You are a terrorist. You can't violate somebody's rights and randomly show up at their house because they're posting on social media. Can't do it. Can't do it. The only time you can do that is if they're making a terrorist threat. Got news for you. Saying that the water is brown has nothing to do with terrorism or a threat in any way. If anything, the cops showing up is actually the terrorist threat. That is a terrorist stalking you. They proved it too. They have no jurisdiction or business actually spending money paying this faggot to show up to this lady's house to claim that she's posting on social media that her water is brown. Yet there he is, being paid to do it. What a piece of shit. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and start investigating those cops. And for every single one that I find that they have posted on Facebook or social media, I'm going to report it to the FBI because I think they're terrorists. And I think they're stalking her. And I think they're the ones that are actually posting on Facebook and getting pissed off at people and stuff. And I'm going to look through all their shit. And I think that's what this is. I think they're manipulated because they do this with social media. So they are manipulated by Trump and the FBI because they're fucking stupid. It's literally that basic. Because you can't be about yourself, you're manipulated. Just like the rest of my goddamn retarded family doesn't understand that if they can't not watch my streams and mind their own fucking business, well, these people are going to manipulate you. It's literally that simple. You can't mind your own business and be about yourself. Well, guess what? Okay? Makes too much sense, doesn't it? Yeah, it's making too much sense, isn't it? You know, why are we even talking about this? Why would cops show up at somebody's house because the lady made a post? What the You don't have lawful probable cause at all. What is it? It's like the asshole cops that pull you over because you flicked them off. Oh, I thought you were trying to get my attention. No, you didn't. There's nobody on the planet that thinks this is. Hey, come here, Hey, come here. Hey, come here. Everybody knows what that is. Everybody. Yeah. Yeah. You don't need to be told. And not only that, you would admit that you know what it is too under oath. You'd admit to it. You'd be like, yeah, I know what it means. It's just a rude gesture. It's not a way of waving or anything like that. No. It's not a signal. We know what it means. It's rude. It's a rude gesture. That's it. It is not a way of getting your attention or trying to get your attention, or you think that they need your attention. You are fully aware that if somebody needs your attention, they would be like, hey, help, hey, help. Pretty universal. Yeah. Yeah. So just like actually trying to claim that. Boy, you're stupid. Boy, are you stupid. So like that's the point. And then like you actually like pulled out and followed this guy down the road. Boy. So like that's my point is like think about how many cops monitor people and keep an eye on them. They just can't wait to you get what I'm saying? Like they're watching their stuff, they're getting hateful, they're the content creators. they're posting their body cams and their dash cams, and here I am in this area doing it, making them all look stupid because they won't simply do their jobs. That's the point. The reality is, I very clearly have gotten on to something here that's very, very clearly a real thing going on. There's every time I'm on that road, and there's not even that much traffic around here. Like, you want to compare this area to some? I mean, Jesus, man, there's a pretty rural area, and the point is, every single time I'm on the road, I have an issue. Unless they see that camera. I swear to God, like, it's so obvious to tell. Like I will have people act in a certain way and stuff like that. And it's the sort of thing where, they, as soon as they see that, where it's almost like you see the eyes go up and they see where it is or something like that, and the car just backs off immediately. It's like, again, like they just like hit the brakes. And it's like, wow, dude. Wow. Couldn't have done that seconds ago before I'm like an asshole. Then you came flying up the road because you wanted to pressure me to drive as fast as you want to go. It's literally that simple. And so the reality is, who does that? What's the behavior? I recognized something. And that's the reality, and they're pissed. The behavior is, it's these cops. It's all these cops that act out. They're not there to do their job. They're not just going to the clock in to do their job for the day. Okay, that's just a normal person, just like any one of us, okay? We're not talking about that. We're talking about these assholes that have a behavior where they're not going there to clock in. No. They're using that badge. They did that because they're hiding. It would be so, like, you just, the many times I had this opportunity, and I could have taken advantage of that too, and I just recognized, no, like, if you're doing it for that, if you're you know what I mean, like, where like I would just have it so easy in this area. There was just so much going on. I could make an entire career out of some of the dumbest shit. But I'm not doing it. And that's what you got to realize, is these guys, that's what they're doing. They're not doing the job. They're not going to work they're trying to make a career out of getting promoted for this thing. So they cause these problems. They shouldn't be doing that. Yeah, they should clock in and respond to the calls or drive around and look for stuff. They shouldn't rile things up in an area that they know flat out like that's what they're doing. You know what I mean? Like, they're causing that problem. How many times you see that? I've talked about that in this area too. I talked about how way back Pennsylvania did this thing where they had checkpoints. I don't know if you guys have ever heard checkpoints. These aren't actually legal, I found out. So stop and ID, some states will have a stop ID state. It's not legal. They actually can't do that. So that's like, what you have to realize is a state can't actually have a law that says stop an ID. It violates your rights. So since the Bill of Rights, it overrides that, they technically really can't do it. So it's actually a gray area where if you have a good lawyer, you sue them. But that's what they're just doing it because they know everybody in their state they can take advantage of. They have a DA or something that's corrupt, so they can just get away with it. So like that's where you see the Miller's Law, the hands-free law and stuff come into play, where this is a cop law. It's specifically designed to be a law that doesn't help you at all. It just helps cops randomly spy on people and have a reason to pull them over and stuff like that. Again, I still see so fucking many people texting and driving. It has not done anything. It has not done jack diddly fucking squat for helping texting and driving. People still do it. They don't care. They do not fucking care. They will never care. You will never institute a law that gets people to give a shit about putting their eyes on the road. You will never do it. You have to enforce it properly. Otherwise, you're trying to control what they're doing in their own car, and you will never do that. Never. That's the problem. You're trying to endlessly control people and dictate what they do. No. You can be smart. And maybe just notice, hey, that person's driving a little funny. Maybe they're not doing enough to pull them over now, or I want to give them a warning, or it doesn't seem that serious. So keep an eye on it. Okay? Maybe I'll circle back around here around the same time tomorrow. Oh, wow, there's that same car again. Oh, wow. Oh, they're doing it again. Oh. Now here's a repetitive pattern. Now we'll pull them over. Now it's not a warning. Now you got two. Now it's, oh, dude, you can say whatever you want to me. See, they're going to lie. But now you have them twice. Now when they lie, you saw them yesterday. So you just let them go. They're going to sit there and they're going to this, and this. Oh yeah. Is that so? That's how you do it. But you're too stupid. You just want to endlessly control somebody. But that's not how the law works. You want to force people to do what you want them to do. This state does that. So I think there's a good chance that because the state's a commonwealth, that there's some things that are going on here that you guys don't realize, that they may be trying to help Trump rig the election. Where come election time, they're just gonna pull a Florida, You definitely have to be very, 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 very concerned about somebody that takes out an ad to misinform people after the election, that they need to stop the stealing of the election, even though there's no proof of it. And you need to definitely be concerned of this individual when they then go the extra mile to call the state of Georgia during the election and just say, hey guys, can you stop counting? It'd be really great if listen, we don't want Biden to win. So if you could just stop counting votes, that'd be great. Can you just stop counting? Actually did that. Actually called Georgia up during the election, said, hey, can you guys just go ahead and stop counting? Can you just do that? He actually did that. So real election fraud evidence there from Donald Trump, not from Joe Biden. Did the FBI investigate that? Yep. Then Trump won, came in, fired all of those agents, and put a loyalist in charge. Kashi Dickhead Patel. Some little fucking twerp that I wouldn't trust making my sandwich. I wouldn't trust him making my sandwich. Okay? You gotta ask yourself. People aren't asking them, would you trust Trump to make a sandwich? No. Guy's got orange shit all over his hands. No. Would I trust Kash Patel? Fuck no. Guy's a drug addict. He'd probably try to slip something in there. This is how normal people look. Do you remember? Do you remember when I proved that they were watching and fucking with me? Do you remember when I did that? You know how you remember how I did that, right? And then Israel and Iran and Russia like started all like fucking with them after I did this. So here's what I did. All I had to do was call him stupid. I called him stupid. Pointed out all the shit that he should never be doing because he's incompetent. And then I then pointed out that he can't stand up straight. Yeah. Do you remember what he did after that? Not before this. He really wasn't doing this. He really wasn't. After that, like him and Pete Hegseth not so much. He really doesn't. That's the funny thing about him. He's not so influenced. He's just a dumbass. I think Marco Rubio, a few other people, but it was mainly Kash Patel. It was blatantly him. He like nonstop after that. He was like this, like completely erect. The guy literally just he just couldn't handle it. He was like, "Oh man. Oh man." So, I think here's what's happening. I think Trump likes me, says this, and he says publicly, I would like to make that guy happy. He doesn't like me. How can I make him happy? These idiots are incompetent idiot criminals that he hires. And again, just don't excuse, this doesn't mean Trump's a good guy and that he does good things, okay? Don't excuse, I'm just saying. I think that's what's actually happened. He says that because he sees me as like him. You know, I'm a you know, he talks about young men as being good looking and stuff. Well, fuck him, okay? I don't want to look like him, okay? And so, you know, when I look like he did at a similar age or something like that, you know, the whole point is he feels this way. He is very he cannot take it when people don't like him and so he will meddle, he will. So I think his people that are incompetent criminals actually go and fuck with people and ruin their lives and stuff like that. And meanwhile, he's saying kind of the opposite, where he's saying like, well, no, I want that guy to like me. Why doesn't he like me? And so like endlessly, it's this back and forth. We're like, I don't know. I don't know. Would you do the thing I said? Yeah. So like, what do you expect? You know? I mean, they're criminals. They've been doing criminal things they shouldn't have been doing. I called them out on it. They're not going to sit here and... like, obviously, they're going to get caught then. So, like, that's the point. So it's just endlessly them, like, screwing around and doing illegal shit. And them lying to him. You know, obviously. Well, obviously. But that's the reality is you know, this fucking guy. Yeah, I pointed out the fact that he probably doesn't even trust his own doctors, to be honest with him, because he doesn't trust anybody. Well, that's probably why. Okay, so that's his fault. To just fire all of them. It's his fault. He should just start being competent, admit he was wrong. Who's right about everything? Dude, fuck you. Stop it already. George W. has maintained being able to, you know, gracefully leave the presidency regardless of the stupid fucking bullshit that guy did too, okay? Because, again, I've already said that I don't think his ethics were in question. I just think that, like, inexperienced, didn't know what the fuck he was doing, and then trusted the wrong people. And I truthfully think Trump is trying to make it seem like that happens with him. Okay. You have had plenty of us telling you what not to do, and of you trying to take credit for shit Obama does. No, dude. Nobody's buying it. Stop using people and pretending to be dumb. That's his endless scam. Okay? It's literally what this fucking scamming network of retards did to me on YouTube. You know, where they literally sit here and dox you and cause problems for you and stuff like that. I didn't know. Like the asshole that puts his kid in his thumbnail on YouTube of his YouTube channel and actually goes, I don't know. You don't know that your YouTube channel, where you make content for your audience and you, that you shouldn't put your child in your thumbnail. No. No. It's just wrong. It's just incorrect. I don't believe it for any second. You are on purpose being stupid. Okay. So is Trump. That'll be the end of this stream. I'm going to get going. I appreciate you guys watching. Thank you so much. We talked about a lot of things. It's important to remember that with these UFOs, UAPs and stuff like that, military people coming out about things, talking about what they know. Okay, still take that with a grain of salt, but it's a military person staking all of their reputation, okay? I would believe that and what they're trying to say before I'd believe all these random reports these people can make on an honor system, okay? Okay? So, and then just rationalize how many reports we have. When you look at that map, I mean, it's like looking at the planet from space. Literally, it's like looking at a whole bunch of lights. You know, like you're just looking at where all the lights are and the cities are. Like, it's just the more people, like the more reports in those areas are where all the people are. Like, it's literally that you literally look at the United States and there's a shitload of concentrated reports right around Philadelphia, New York, and just all that whole area. Okay? There's a shitload of fucking people. It's like, what, is there 15 million people in just New York City, right? Something like that. I mean, there's a lot of fucking people, okay? All right? So like just recognize that. Okay? And recognize that the more toward the coast where there are unidentified flying things that could be air traffic that you and I might not recognize. Okay, this can happen more toward the coast too. So you can put some congruent things together there and deduce that, yeah, some of this, a good bit of this probably is again just unidentified air traffic. Dumb shit people can excuse as this or that. I swear to God, I saw one of them was a blatant picture somebody took, and it was an obvious optical illusion that happens on a lens, where a lens can actually duplicate a reflection. So what happens is there are when when you have a real camera, okay, and you have a big lens like this versus something like this. You guys know that a small lens like this, that's why you have light issues. It's only capturing so much light. So low light just doesn't work very well, okay? That's actually why. So, low light, obviously you want like, well, back in the days with film, you want slow shutter speed, right? Like it was low shutter speed. But anyway, the point is you have these lenses, okay? And you'll get what's called, it's like a thumb almost, right? It's almost like a thumbnail. What you're getting is you know do you know how like in some games you see like this little what's it called, like a sun flare, or like a, you look at the sun and it's like that. That's what it's simulating, where it's a reflection of a reflection, because there's so many lenses in there. There's literally something like a tree or something getting reflected because the light is going directly in the lens instead of being behind you. So now, because the light is going directly in the lens, now it just like, like just like glass reflects, okay? So if you get a reflection in glass, well, guess what? You're going to see an object. It's just a reflection. It's just going to reverberate, and it's going to look like this little thing is moving at you. But really, it's just a repetitive reflection of the same fucking thing. And it can actually happen throughout once in a while, because what you're seeing is a huge amount of light being casted from a light source, where several times there may be a light, like the sun itself, and now it's being reflected like a thumbnail in this one spot. So as you capture that, the moment that light is captured, all of a sudden, bam, there can be a couple of different weird optical illusions that happen, because now it's seeing a reflection, and this distorts the light that's being captured over here a little bit and over here a little bit. And it's sort of because it's a circle. It's literally because it's a circle, and it's a convex, usually concave circle outward. So again, you have that little optical illusion where, because the light hitting that is being bent from its source, now it causes that bent reflection, okay? Because there's something reflecting. It's literally just the light hitting all those lenses, something in there. Usually, again, like I said, the concave lens itself, because it's concave on the outside, it's catching something that you can't really normally see. Okay, does that make sense? So it's just duplicating that sometimes, because that light is going right in there. Lens flare. It's called lens flare, right? Again, that you add this in games sometimes as an effect. That's why it's happening. That exact effect in games, it's actually not going to happen with you when you look at stuff. It's going to happen when you have a lens. You look at something through a lens. That's all. So, That's why this can happen. And there was a picture like that in there, and somebody was trying to say it was a UFO, and that they didn't notice it at the time. They saw it only later once they went through their. I'm like, how do you not notice this later? You didn't see it at the time. You didn't look. Boy, there's just some reflections. It was just really weird. So yeah, like it was an obvious thing where it wasn't I could see how they would try to spin that, but anybody looking at that's taken enough pictures in their lifetime knows that can happen. You take enough pictures in the sunlight against like a landscape or something, it just happens. Enough pictures of the sky is just gonna happen, man. You're gonna see that. And even looking at other people's pictures on the internet, like it's gonna be the sort of thing where you're just gonna see enough of that throughout your life, right? It's just gonna be like, this isn't a UFO. It's just a fucking reflection, man. What the hell are you talking about? So some of that, it's the honor system. Just realize that, again, when we're looking at the map, that's what it looks like. The more reports show up in the areas where there's a huge concentrated amount of people and nobody else sees it, they don't have a cell phone. Clearly, their cell phone's dead right when they see it. They just, I mean, come on. How many times? Come on. Okay. It's just somebody just doing a report because, oh, UFOs. See, a little reflection in my picture. It's a UFO. Dirt. No, come on. You should know what that is. All right, guys. Thanks for watching.